Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 8th work session of Board of County Commissioners. And first thing on the agenda today is look at the proposed department locations in our planned Sheriff and County Administration Project building. So we have Dave Detweiler, are you going to take the lead here?
I am going to take the lead,
Okay.
and Jody Smith is here to assist and correct me where I screw up. So I gave you a fairly lengthy write-up in your packet, just so that I wouldn't have to be repetitive today. But the bottom line is we've done 2 studies with 2 different architecture firms to come up with the space allocations that you'll see in these plans. So they've been vetted more than once. Each of those architects had multiple sessions with the department, so we've been through it a bunch. We're going to continue to go through those again to try to refine and make sure we're not being overly ambitious in our ask in terms of square feet, because we know that's critical to us. But this plan will set the baseline footprint, if you will. As we've talked about before, this project is unique in that it's not a new building on a fresh piece of ground that we can shape in any way that we prefer. Normally, as we've taken these department programs, we can massage the shape and size, length, height, width of a building to best maximize how all those department needs fit. Here we have a little bit more of a challenge. We have an existing footprint in this building that we don't anticipate to change. And we're kind of landlocked in terms of our addition with a footprint that doesn't have a ton of room to change. It has a little bit, but not unlimited. So the study today was intended, we looked at 9 different ways, at least 9, that we could allocate the different departments within the confines of these footprints that we have. The goal being to both maximize the customer service that we would provide in terms of how does the public get to each of the departments, how often do they get to those departments, what does that travel look like to those departments, but also to take the internal functions and say who meets most often with who collaborates most often with who in terms of our internal departments, to make sure to the best we can, we don't have folks that constantly need to talk 20 times a day going up and down 4 flights to make that connection. So what we're going to show you today is our preferred option in terms of how those departments lay out. It's been vetted through the section leaders and was supported by that group as well in terms of the best way to juggle all those pros and cons of where you might put people. So before I put it up on the screen, the task to them was not to, let's review the bathrooms and how they're designed and is that door in the right spot. It was not to, what do the windows look like here, guys? I don't get it. It's only for the function, what John called, which is a great word, the Lego blocks. We have to stack up 4 Lego blocks in this building and see how they make sense. Same thing in the new building. So that's all we're trying to do, is get a sense that you all are okay with staff's recommendation as to how we put those departments into the box that we have.
And so Dave, just for additional context, why is that important for the design process right now?
Because, as I said, our footprints are locked. Where those departments might go in this building or that building impact lobby spaces, impact hallways, impact a number of things in the building. So as we go to our next step of trying to be smarter about how we allocate space to make sure we're being really efficient, where our starting point is makes a big difference. And you'll see some of that as we look at the pictures, I think.
And I would add that, and Dave's going to go through those, or it's in your packet, of the visioning statements of how we kind of looked at the priorities and the vision from the visioning team of how those were brought together, the affinities, the public-facing departments, those things were all considered as we looked at these boxes.
So here are the boxes. So I'm going to orient you a little bit. Not that you...
Oh, yeah, we're being recorded.
Yeah, we are being recorded.
I'll do the best to... I won't make you read it. I can zoom in if I need to. So to orient, there's the courthouse, the jail. We are sitting right in here in the courthouse plaza. So what you're seeing here, what we're...
Dave, just let me ask a question. So we're not impinging on Veterans Park as we looked at this?
Correct. We are not intending to build into Veterans Park in any way. I say in any way. This is over the hillside as it drops down into the parking lot here. This building would have a little bit of impact on that. We've met with the veterans representatives twice now. They are enthusiastic and on board with, as we're here impacting the back of this a little bit, of jointly coming up with, are there some improvements to Veterans Park that they would like to see that we can help accommodate while we're here working anyway.
And
Yeah.
we would anticipate, Michael, that there probably would be some changes as you'll see the entrance for the new building will probably be towards that corner, and we'll get to that as we get into layout. And so what we've been talking to the veterans group about is that entry experience and their needs and those sorts of things.
Well, one of the things that does impinge on the veterans is mechanical noise from the top of this building. And so if we maintain that same situation, then we add a whole nother mechanical system to the top of another building. Because a lot of the veterans are, functions there are one person speaking or silence. And when you have mechanical noise, it tends to drown out the speaker, or it impinges on the moment that they're celebrating or memorializing.
When we were talking with the veterans, they really did state that it's a place of contemplation, and that it was really their vision to stay in that contemplative mode there, with it also becoming kind of more integrated into our front entrance. But as far as the mechanical, the beautiful thing about this project is we're getting rid of that off of the roof, and hopefully we're going to be using, a better, whole different system, and it might not even be on this building. So we'll definitely take that into consideration.
One of the basis of this whole plan is the parking, the underground parking. And is that going to be lower than the existing parking that will be excavated down some amount in order to make it basically a 5-story structure over here, including the parking being the bottom?
Yes.
So how far will that go down here in the back to make that work?
And I'll explain it here as we're going through, but essentially the garage level will be 1 story below the lower level of this building. So our 4 upper levels will essentially line up with the levels in this building. Not exactly, and then we'll have 1 further level below that you drive as you come up from Rio Grande. You'll enter into a garage level somewhere above that lower garage into this new garage that you'll see here. So this is that level. This is that garage level. An entry point would come, so Rio Grande is up off the screen. You'd come up past the jail into that parking garage. That garage is intended to be secure parking for the sheriff and for courts. It is not anticipated to be public parking. We did look at, in our original project, we anticipated 2 levels of parking to try to improve our parking situation back here. What we found was that by the time, given that our footprint is constrained, again, that's our struggle a little bit, that getting the ramps to go down another level just eats up any parking that you would gain by going down. So while we could get 2 levels of parking, we wouldn't get any more parking spaces. We just have ramps. So that wasn't deemed to be cost efficient. We did look at an option that came up here and extended this parking garage under Veterans Park. Again, it was just not real efficient, and there was a big impact. So right now, this is our plan: is to keep this. So to be secure garage, you'll see here in a future slide, but the city's APD building essentially sits here on Zupanzas. They're intending to build under their entire property a parking garage, an underground parking garage. We've been working with them to make sure our elevations are at the same height, so that if we can interconnect our 2 parking garages, it's a benefit both for the APD and for the sheriff to have 2 means of egress out of both of those parking structures. We have our egress out to Rio Grande to the north, and the city is working on the alley out to Rio Grande over on the east as being a secondary exit. They also have some other options they're looking at. But that's one of the ways we're collaborating with them is a benefit. It also provides a secure manner for the APD folks to come down into this secure garage and access over to the jail. So they don't have to go outside to do that. It is a much easier connection point to do it here than to do it at other stories of the building.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for this, and just a few questions, comments. One is, have we done underground water testing to see how deep we can really go?
Yeah, we've already done our soils report. It came back good. We only had water in 1 test hole, and that was only after a week. We didn't have any when we first drilled it. So right now, our groundwater changes over the season, so there's no guarantees. But based on the holes that we drilled, we're confident that this can happen without any huge impact.
Because we all remember the library. The second is, I'm just wondering, because parking is at a premium, and whether at the point where you're coming in, there could be a split entrance there, where one just goes deeper and the other goes up. So you have 2 levels of parking, but you don't need the ramps internal. Is there a way to do that via the exact entryway and make one a deep down, and then the other would be in? But just for you to look at later, perhaps.
We will look at it. I'm not sure if we have enough width in this.
And we may not, but I was just thinking.
We'll look at it.
That, it would avoid the ramps, and it would be two separate parking layers that aren't connected, basically, but it would avoid all the ramp space, so it might be worth looking at. And then, what was I thinking? That's the third question. So is there a programmatic design of how those who are being incarcerated would be dropped off at the back of the jail? So if it was Aspen Police Department, they don't need to park them in their garage and walk them across. They would have the key necessary or code to come straight up and around into that back kind of receiving area.
We haven't gone through the operational discussion,
Okay.
But the physical ability is there for them to come through, and it's tough to see here, but what you're seeing is there's going to be a somewhat secondary sally port. We come in, secure the door behind you, enter into a secure elevator and or a secure stair that takes you up 1 level into the jail and in. So from an operational standpoint, whether or not APD would actually use that, or whether or not they would have something on their side, and then I think operationally we could figure that out. We haven't really talked about that, but physically the space is there to do it.
During the construction, how would the sheriff's office get prisoners in and out of the jail securely?
We're working on that. That's not something that we have solved 100% right now. Some of it will involve what and when Galena is done. There are some parking spaces on the revamped Galena Plaza. The front door will always be accessible to the jail. But right now we're not certain. We just started talking about that issue last week as to really what access are we going to have between the courthouse and the jail to be able to get back into that back corridor. Working on it. Confident we'll come up with something, but don't know what that is yet.
And I talked with Don Bird this morning, and he knows that we're on it. That it's a high priority for Joe.
Does that get everybody clear on garage level? So then we're coming up one level, which would essentially be the basement level of this building. This floor, as it's currently projected, would have ceilings that are 2 feet taller than the rest of what you'll see. Gives you a higher volume, and it helps the floors to line up a little bit better as we do that. What you'll see here is back of house for the sheriff facility. That is their evidence storage, their weapons storage, evidence tech, some of their meeting rooms that are not public-facing spaces. We've got them at the garden level. We've placed, actually I want to go up a level. I'm going to, because it's going to make more sense.
There.
Whole lot of white there.
Creative space.
Yeah, that's, luckily we're gonna go to Plan B. This seemed like it was having memory issues here. Give me a second while I'm gonna reboot. Oh, maybe it wants a new version of Adobe.
Oh.
Seems to happen every 2 days.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
I'm going to leave it on this view. I apologize, but I don't want to waste a whole bunch of time messing around. So I moved up to the main level, so the level that we're sitting at, because that's really where the customer experience is going to start. So I want to take you up and down from there. So again, here's Veterans Park. Primary access to this building, as the visioning team saw it, was off of Main Street. Not really off of the Rio Grande parking garage through this area between the jail and the courthouse. But Main Street was the primary entrance. So here's our front door. Entering into a lobby that's got bathrooms and an elevator. But what you see here is an open and inviting staircase that will take you down and potentially take you up. And we'll talk about why I use the word potentially. But an open staircase that allows light to go through and allows you to visually see what's happening. But off of this main level is primarily the sheriff office. All the public functions, we're working on layouts for each of these spaces. But right now this is all the public functions and offices, patrol, all of that for the sheriff facility, so that they have the ability to have after hours. They also have the ability to jump down into their secure stairs, secure elevator, down into their garage and out. That was a primary driver of our design, was having that public front for the sheriff. Also on the first floor, you'll see the clerk and recorder's office, essentially in this building, taking over this space that we're sitting in, so they have the entire first floor. Again, the driver there was they get the highest volume of public traffic, and we wanted to keep them on the first floor and just expand and renew their space.
I noticed the hallway disappears, so you gain extra square footage on this level anyhow.
Yep.
That's intentional to make better use of a wasted hallway kind of?
Correct. You'll see, ultimately, we need to exit out of these spaces. You'll see, we had some versions that always showed this kind of dedicated employee hallway, but we felt like that was just wasting space when that same function is going to happen naturally through whatever corridors we create in the space. So as we lay out each of these spaces, you'll see that exiting strategy, because that's code required.
Yeah. Rachel?
And so if I understand this correctly, the little center area which you showed as the entryway to the sheriff's office is also the main entryway to the entire county building.
Correct.
So it would be directly into the clerks from there, and this little kind of remaining spot on Main Street is just a secondary fire exit?
Yes, this is, yeah, it's a code required. We needed another stair there anyway, so we're just going to keep the one that we have. We're also going to keep that back elevator as kind of an internal employee freight elevator. It's in need of improvements, but it's certainly functional for that purpose, and costs money to tear it out versus leaving it in place and getting some benefit from it.
Okay.
On the previous slide, on the basement, you had the entry lobby area. Is that where you're envisioning the receptionist? Because you're not, okay.
Good. So, and I think that's why Dave
Yeah.
wanted to come up to this slide,
Yeah.
so you could kind of get the idea, somebody coming into the building, how are they moving?
Right.
So they would come in, if their business is with the sheriff, they'd enter into the sheriff's space. If it's with the clerk, they'd enter the clerk. If they're going upstairs, which we'll show you here in a minute, they're either riding the elevator, there's a more secure stair, and the option of this open stair extending up through the building, and we'll talk about the benefits and the cons of that as we go upstairs. But primarily where the concept came up with is to go downstairs. That public's coming in on grade, and we wanted to invite them to go downstairs for the functions that are down there. We wanted to make that not a claustrophobic experience. So they would go down this stair. Picture, although it's not a wonderful picture of an example, going down to the city council chambers as you walk down a stair into a pre-function sort of secondary lobby space. That's what you'd have here. We envision it being much more open, but you'd come down into a lobby pre-function area, and this yellow box is the new BOCC meeting room. The reason it's down here are several. One, it gets the highest volume, so we don't have this projection issue that we have here of having to move people out of the way. The greater ceiling height allows us to push that projection image up higher and get real benefit from that versus other departments who really wouldn't realize much benefit with that higher ceiling height. It also allows us here on the west side, we can get a few high windows, some clear story windows, so we can get some natural light into that space. And that was less important to bring that light in than it was for some of the back of house functions for the sheriff. We had several options we looked at for the chambers. What we're showing here is an HR training room adjacent to the commissioner meeting room, which will function as we need it for large internal meetings, external meetings, but when we need to, we can open this up into one large room. It's intended to be clear spanned, so no columns. One of the beauties of doing it at this level is it is slightly easier structure-wise for us to do that.
And how large is it compared to this room?
The functional use space of this room, which you kind of take from the wall up, so you kind of take some of the chairs out, is about 600 square feet. I think we're double that in this.
1,300.
1,300 it looks like.
Yeah.
And that's
Almost
if,
1,400.
and that's if the little meeting room space is used as well?
No.
That's an additional 500 and something square feet.
Yep. I'm going to try to zoom in here to make things a little bit easier. So the training, what you see here is training overflow, is about the size of this room.
Okay.
So you can see the new room is essentially double that, almost triple that. It will have the ability to have some food service, you know, kind of just a wet bar, so to speak, to allow
Allow
food and
cocktails.
coffee to be, when approved.
A wet coffee bar.
Oh, that coffee.
Also allow some, you know, obviously we'd have room for grassroots and potentially reporters would have some sort of dedicated space in this. But you can see, again, this is just a concept for what that stair might be. We're still looking at lots of ways that that might happen, but just to give you a sense of some sort of open air stair that lets people know, hey, you want to go down there. So then you can see here's all the sheriff's support, and again, we've been through his program a bunch. The other thing that would be at this level, so that this is the base, this is the garden level, so a level below where we're sitting, is we do have a need for conference space. We all know that conference room, multi-purpose rooms is a big shortage for us right now. This area would serve both as an elections conference room when needed. We can have the big room for elections, but all the times that we're not needing that to happen, we can break it up into some smaller spaces. Again, these boxes are not intended to be a layout of any sort. They're just trying to drop those Lego blocks into these footprints to make sure that things fit. We are currently showing the bits department to essentially stay where they are. It does have the light well here on Main Street. We have been asked and will be looking at an option that brings them up, higher up into the building on a different floor. We'll look at that later. This is an acceptable place for them to be from their standpoint, but we're looking to see if there's a better way. So that is the garden level. I keep using the word garden on purpose. It's not a basement, it will have windows. So back to, sorry, now that I've zoomed out, it's take a little bit. So ground floor again, main entry. This is the latest, a month ago's version of the city's APD building. Theirs is intended to be a two-story building. They currently are discussing what building they will build on the back of the Zupanzis property. I think that's still in discussion, but they would have at least those two structures. This will be a two-story, as I said. We have the ability, should it end up being a desire from both sides, to connect the building through here, sheriff to APD, if that's something down the road that folks think is important enough to do. It eats up a lot of real estate inside for both sides to have kind of hallways to make that connection. And right now, both sides have felt comfortable that the garage connection really meets the need that folks have in terms of being connected. Is that a fair statement? So this stair, it may or may not go up as well as go down. So as we there's goods and bads with that. So going up one level, second level, we are envisioning community development to stay in this, well, to be in this building on the second floor, to move from City Hall to this building. This allows them great growth potential, as they are a department that has one of the larger growth potentials given what their workload might be compared to some other departments.
How many square feet are they in now at City Hall?
Oh, they are in 2,000
Square inches maybe is
change.
more
I think it's
appropriate.
about 1,800.
1,800,
So it's about approximately doubling.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It is also bringing environmental health though, so that's probably, Dave, where your 2,000
Yeah.
number comes
Yeah.
in.
Uh-huh, okay.
So they're one of the groups, for example. So day one, they don't need all of this space, but we still have needs for additional conference, multi-purpose meeting spaces. So what we believe will be the case is probably this end of the space will have some of those multi-purpose community room type spaces that all departments can use. And then over time, if in fact community development grows, they could grow into that space that's been used as conference room space. Also up here on the second floor, we have the assessor and the treasurer. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. The thinking being that they also have a high component of public traffic. So we wanted to keep them as close as we could to the first floor. And this is where you first start to see some of the trade-offs. If we were building a new building out in the middle of a field somewhere, the treasurer and the assessor, we would probably try to find a way to put them on the first floor with the clerk, because they do get a lot of public traffic. We have 4 users competing for space on that first floor, and at some point you need to do a trade-off. The group felt like this trade-off was perfectly acceptable, that given the elevator access, given this potential open stair access, that having the assessor and the treasurer on the second floor was perfectly acceptable. We're also showing open space and trails on the second floor. And again, public restrooms, elevator, stairwell. So this, if we don't extend that stair, that open stair up into the building, this would just be built as another piece of lobby slab that we could grow into over time. But we think one of the primary drivers from the visioning team was natural light. Given that our footprints are kind of set, we thought the opportunity of this open stair extending up through the building would allow a skylight feature above that to bring natural light in and really help improve, both for the customers and our employees, that natural light component here on the inside of the building. Because as you can see, again, because of our footprint, our window wall linear feet, if you will, is somewhat limited.
So we're going to have, at the end of the day, 3 staircases.
We are going to have, yes, actually 3.5 because of the
Because of the
fire
split.
exiting. We have the secure stair through the sheriff department. That's something that was a real driver for their space and the security of both the employees and the inmates working through that. This is a required fire egress stair from the upstairs that would dump out between the jail and the courthouse. This is a fire stair as well in the back, and the existing stair up on Main Street will act as a fire stair. This center stair is the one that's not code required, but we think functionally is really what allows us to be on these 4 levels and have it work well. The design team has been asked to, and they're looking at, could this stair supplement and get rid of one of the other ones?
That's what I was thinking. The one on
You-
the far side over there, I don't know
It's the fire code issues that because this is essentially a rated box that once you're in it, the fire can't get in for a certain period of time and allows you safe egress out. This open stair really doesn't provide that. There are ways to potentially make it provide that. We're not sure if that cost benefit really makes sense.
So that's why you'd need the other staircase over there?
And the third one, yep, it's all fire code.
And the one in the front still. We're gonna leave that for staff to utilize with that elevator.
Yeah.
And then we're having an elevator in there, and what's this little box in the far back? It says, it looks like it says something
White
roof?
box?
Yeah, in the back corner.
That's the elevator from the parking structure up to the jail.
Oh,
for
okay, so it's
secure-
just, that just services that
Yeah.
sheriff.
Just that level,
Just
yeah,
the
it's
sheriff.
just a secure.
That doesn't service the whole building.
No,
So we'll end up with 3 elevators and 3 staircases.
Yes.
correct.
And we talked a lot about getting rid of that front elevator, the existing one, because it's not ADA compliant, and, I mean, we may end up bringing it up to compliance if code requires that, right?
I don't have a problem leaving that, I'm just,
Yeah.
think we're using a lot of space for staircases. And because of the aesthetics for that central one with the, you know,
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, 2 questions. One is, next to the conference room, 150 square feet, is the little white box, and there's kind of some negative white space. Is that perceived to have windows in between the 2 buildings? I mean, you see what I'm saying?
You in here?
that little thing right there.
Is that all area?
Yeah, again, we haven't gotten to that level of design yet. The task here was really the Lego blocks and how do they stack. I've always envisioned, and I think the design team has, is that this front entry is a lot of glass to allow all of these lobbies to be flooded with
Okay,
that light.
that's what I was
Yeah.
remembering, and I just want, to understand why we were basically leaving a blank square there,
Yeah.
and so that is going to accomplish that.
Yeah.
And then, I guess the other point is just as we get to a final discussion about the open stairway, it's going to be so important about what type of stairs themselves are selected, so the light actually does go beyond just the 3rd floor.
Yep.
Otherwise it would not be accomplishing it.
Yep. So one last thing on this level, so again, we're 2nd level, 1 level above where we're sitting now. We are showing opportunities for outdoor patio space at these raised elevations. For 2 reasons. One, they do provide some good outdoor space that was important to the visioning team in terms of our employee experience, potentially our public experience. They also allow the building facade to be broken up a little bit so that we don't have a big square box. And we know that that's important in the community. So we're showing some of those. They are not remotely defined yet or established. We're just showing those as potentials as we stack up these blocks. So now if we go up to the 3rd level, which again is essentially the same level as this. This is the one floor where it does get to be about 2 feet different than the top floor of this building. So you'll see
More stairs.
in this connectivity another couple of steps and a ramp. But on this level, we tried to put the functions that have the least amount of public traffic. So in the existing courthouse plaza, we've got finance closer to Main Street, HR. They work a lot together and have a lot of shared opportunities in terms of conference room space. So we like that. We put HR closer to the lobby as they get more public traffic than finance does. We're showing the county attorney at this level, county admin, along with the BOCC offices. I didn't talk about it, but at the lower level, we have the opportunity at that garden level in the big meeting room to also provide some office space for you if you'd prefer that versus up here. either of those are something we could accommodate. At this point, we're showing an employee, staff, break room, mail room type component on this level. Again, it's a little bit of the outside box. The big box is kind of set, and we're trying to fit these Legos into that box. We're going to look at the opportunity of bringing bits up to this level and seeing if we can shuffle a little bit and accommodate that. I'm not sure if we can, because again, this box is smaller than bits right now, but we're looking at it. Again, potential for skylight, bringing down natural light for sure to this level. Whether or not that continues down to lower levels is something that we're investigating. Potential for some patio space off of these. And also, didn't really talk about it, but this lobby space will be built in a way that over time, if we needed to just grow out into that space and live with less lobby space, we could. It's obviously going to take away some of, kind of take some of that natural light that we were providing for all the entities and suck it up, but it's going to be built in a way that allows that growth to happen. So that's the Lego blocks.
Does this whole back wall of the Plaza building disappear, or will some of it be retained and have doorways going through, or?
It will have connectivity going through. Exactly how much and where, we're not to that point yet. Some of this brick is structural, so I couldn't tell you exactly how much of that comes down yet. It's not critical to this task of defining where the Lego blocks are.
Rachel?
And so by lobby on this third floor, is that where you're perceiving Charlotte type of character to be and reception to people coming up to that area?
So one of the next tasks, once we're sure who lives on which floor with who, is a dialogue that the visioning team has already started. They've been doing some tours and looking at some buildings. We're going to talk about how do each of these spaces interact with a lobby, and are folks who are waiting to see someone in admin or see someone in the attorney, are they sitting out here in a joint lobby? Are they entering into a suite and waiting into another internal lobby that's just dedicated to them, to that department? It's a conversation that's happening, and it really becomes more of a conversation point as you're maybe on the second level and you're looking at ComDev, assessor, treasurer, open space. There are concepts out there where all the public is out here and there's counters, if you will, into each space, and there's public transactions happening just off of this lobby. There are options where all of those transactions are happening in each of those internal spaces. We haven't gotten there yet. There are lots of options that we're going to look at.
Okay, yeah, because I just was mostly coming back to one of the earlier design parameters about our existing entryway where no one greets you and you have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And so the new entryway, which is both clerk and sheriff, will accommodate that.
Yep.
And then it's a matter of, do we need secondary and third on those other floors? So,
Yep.
I can see, waiting to program that. But the other last point I'd make is, maybe worth considering is whether that open stairway is really just between the second and third floor. And does it need to go all the way down to the bottom floor? It might give you more room on the bottom floor for offices or needs. And if the light's not going to get down there anyhow, it could just be a second and third floor amenity. That's just something to look at.
Sure. Yeah, just on the light question. So knowing that this vestibule will be, again, a lot of glass, even if it was a solid floor above, the feeling on the design team standpoint, and supported by the visioning team, was getting that natural light down to that lower level, garden level,
Yeah.
lobby, was at least worth exploring.
Sure, I agree with that. I'm just saying, if it
Yeah.
isn't really gonna accomplish that, it's a lot of space
Yeah.
we're losing in an extra stairwell.
Gotcha.
On the third floor and possibly also on the second floor, if you want to go on to one of those slides.
Up to the third.
This space right in here would be easy to turn into offices. Have this be the big lobby area in between everything, and maybe that would be a big conference room with windows on both sides to let the light come in, but it seems like an awful big common area in the middle that's not being used for
On the
very
third
much.
floor.
So one of our drivers, well, several, we have a lot of things driving us. There was a strong sentiment from our visioning team that if we're going to build on this site, we sure don't want to be coming back in 15 years trying to squeeze in a small addition. So we're looking at maximizing our footprint, while still being prudent, but trying to build what makes sense now, even if we end up with some growth space. So we're trying to leave that space that might be growth space in areas, just like you said, that for the short term we can use it several ways. It could be a joint lobby that serves a bunch of folks. It could be a conference room. It could be a reception type area. But still maximizing our use of our perimeter and our natural light for the employees there, rather than trying to jam stuff in the middle and have some sort of box up here that's future growth area. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to us. We looked at some options like that. So that's exactly what you're saying is why that's sitting in the middle.
You know, I think it's important for the BOCC to have some space. And I don't mean desk space like you see in Garfield County where they all have their own big offices with shelves and big desks. But something that's reasonable so when people come to speak with us or we just have a space, I mean, a lot of us use it a lot of the time, some of us use it infrequently, but we don't need the big room like we used to have, but we're kind of, in this little space now. I just think it would be nice for us to have some space that it wasn't just a a touchdown space where we just have a desk that all 5 of us can. I don't want anything fancy or luxurious. I just think maybe having some designated space. And I don't know if it will be accommodated well within the third floor administrative offices.
That's kind of a question. We've had, I won't say we were 50-50, we're a little bit stronger that it made more sense for you to be up on the third floor with the administration
I agree
rather
with
than
that.
where the big meeting room is, but it.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I just didn't know how it could be accommodated. That's why I was kind of looking at that space, but
Yep.
So the next
Possibility.
thing, once we decide whether the arrangement makes sense or not, we're gonna bring back schematics is the next step, so you can kind of see, okay, how does
Exactly
this
how they
really lay
fit.
out? And I think some of the questions, both Rachel and Patty, you've been asking about, well, how's this gonna work, basically?
but that's the next. I just want to make sure that wasn't
And
lost.
so we did in the programming, because we recognize that the board lost meeting spaces. We've been trying to figure out how to put stuff together on the third floor. And so we did anticipate that you're gonna want some space where you can meet with constituents, and usually there's not a lot of conflict. You guys are
Yeah, we kind of
one-on-one.
come and go, all of us.
Yeah, but I believe that's included in the programming, and we'll be able to accommodate that. But we'll be able to show that the next phase, and you guys will be able to say, yeah, that looks about right, or, we better rethink that.
We could put in more stairs.
So what?
I like the stairs myself.
Well, it's part of our wellness program.
That's what I have not taken the elevator once since I came back into office in January.
So one of the things, what we're really looking for from the board today is we want to make sure that the general layout of functions within the building makes sense, because we need to know that we've got that stake in the ground so we can do that next detailed design, because it doesn't make sense for us if we don't know who's going to be next to each other. We can't answer those next questions of how do we lay it out, what's the customer flow going to look like, how are we going to be serving the customers in those areas without knowing that. So this is a really incremental initial step for us to just make sure, yeah, this layout, this basic flow of services within our constrained space makes sense. And we can start that next design phase where you can start to bring back schematics and you can start to see where that square footage is used, maybe where there's growth potential, those sorts of things as your next bite at the apple.
George?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. You know, this is based on the input from the visioning team. I mean, they're the ones that are really trying to understand each of the department needs and how the departments interact with each other. And so if it works for them, I mean, they're, you know, staff are the ones that really have to live with this. You know, we live with a phone and a laptop. We go anywhere. So as long as it works for communications and the workforce flow, I think it's great.
Rachel?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's really about the staff and the departments working together, having the connectivity that they need to be efficient. I did kind of mentally question whether the employee lounge on the third floor makes sense or not, but I'll leave that go. You know, on the one hand, you're only using it for a short time, maybe to prepare your meal and things like that, so not being as well lit might make sense. On the other hand, maybe that's the point of a break, is to get somewhere where you can see a little sunshine. So, you know, I'll let you guys handle that. It does seem that it would be less disruptive than next to the meeting room in the basement, because you do get a certain amount of noise and just chatting, which is natural while folks are, you know, getting their meal ready and they're on a break. So I think that could be a benefit. So if it works for our staff and the design team is signing off for the layout in general, and we're just going to do the finishing touches and look a little more at the flow, I'm okay with all that.
I just have a question. I think it'll all come together, but is the clerk's office okay with the elections part being below them? That there's just a quick staircase down to get there? Okay.
Or an elevator.
Or an elevator, or both.
Is the bits department okay with staying in the garden level, which they have the light well there, but functionally, would they rather be up more in the thick of things, closer to the other departments?
I think that was our big discussion, you know, at the section leader meeting was, yeah, it works for them to be where they are. Would they prefer to be up out of that garden level and see if there's another, maybe more interim kind of use that could be located there? That's what we're looking at now. But you know, as Dave said, the challenge is we have such a constrained site and we're so limited in how we can arrange the blocks that just taking a smaller one from the third floor and putting a larger one actually is the inverse of what we're trying to build in terms of smaller top floors and maybe larger bottom floors, because it has less of a visual impact. So we're looking at that right now. I think they've said it worked for them, but if we could find an alternative solution, they'd prefer that. So that would be the one thing that in the future when the schematics come back, I guess that if there is going to be a change from this that we want to pull out for you now, that would probably be one, unless there's another one that you all direct to us today.
Rachel?
I could share the sentiment of wanting to see windows downstairs. I also think that seeing a 2-foot higher roof is going to add a lot to the feeling of that basement area.
It won't be where they are. This basement will be the same. Their space will be improved in terms of, you know, it will be remodeled, will be and this is gonna be another future bite at the apple for you guys, is, you know, looking at the systems or that we might, the furniture systems we might use or finishes we might use. I would say there'd be improvement in their space based on that.
But it's still
not
no
that.
change in the light.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Just in a new
thanks for
part of
that
the building.
clarification,
Yeah.
it was the wrong lead. The one thing I have been concerned about is whether our contracted Pro Velocity people have enough space, and in particularly with the air handling, it's really hot down there in their room, and so I am concerned that we make sure that that is workable space. They remind me of the city in their old pre-space before they remodeled, and it just doesn't look like very organized space. I know they know what's going on there, but boy, I think it's really tight for real workmanship down there now.
Have there, is that Michael?
Michael?
On the commissioners' meeting room, one thing we talked about previously was sort of secure exits and that kind of thing. And, you know, they don't show up here, but.
Actually, the intention is we would have a back exit out of that meeting room into that secure area down to the garage. So that is being discussed and contemplated is a back exit out of that BOCC meeting room.
But we won't have a Kevlar padded dais like they, is that Grand
We're
Junction?
not to that point in design yet, but we're not anticipating it. But do you see that, Michael, where we're looking at how do we give you guys a secured exit on the back on that
Yeah,
stairwell there?
I mean, you know, just so we keep that in
Grand
mind.
Junction.
I think also you need, you know, large exits in and out of the room itself, so there's multiple doors there or something. The main staircase, you know, actually, the staircase in the courthouse is huge, but it actually says something about the courthouse. And so if you picked up that same element here and made it an oak staircase, or at least oak railings, and picked up an element of the old courthouse, I think that harkens back to what they originally did. And there's lots of light over that. That's what they use that. There's lots of light over that staircase in the courthouse, so it sheds light throughout both floors. So, you know, the downside is that you hear conversations from the third floor down on the first floor, but I don't know what you do about that.
The other thing, and I know this will probably come up further, but I want to, you know, we have a concern about light, night light exposure, you know. And if we're doing a whole glass front with all this, I think we need to be careful that the interior lights at night are not lighting up Main Street all night long. I think that's a real concern. I mean, we say it about the houses on Red Mountain when they turn on all their lights, and we don't have any control over that. So I think for us to be building a building that's going to have that night light pollution, we need to be careful. I'm not sure how, you know.
So,
Very good.
Joey, does this plan work for you? Because that's what it started out as, the new Justice and Public Safety building, so.
Oh, I think it's working just fine. The way the blocks are laid out is perfect. The fact that we're on the first floor is a mechanism of not only being where we can greet the public, but access to that garage where we're going to have our cars parked for responses. Right now, I love what's going on. I'm really happy we've gotten this far. My biggest worry is right now the jail during construction, and Dave is, I'm sure, going to come up with a solution, which he always manages to do. But that's my biggest concern. Because right now we're full. We have 15 people in there.
Wow.
Sorry, 20. We have 20, and if there's a construction project going on, it would impact a lot of our day-to-day operations. That's just not inmates sleeping. That's constant movement. The more people, the more movement we have. But I'm really happy with the way it's laid out, so I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Okay.
So generally, just to do a check-in with the board, it sounds like everyone is okay with this general layout. We're okay to go to the next step of schematics and actually developing some pictures of what this building will hopefully look like for you to bring back at a future work session.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks
That's
very
good,
much.
thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks. So, lunch break.
Lunch break, I'll be
Right.
back at 1 o'clock.
Okey-doke.
Hi, Phil.
Okay. Okay, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session on September 8th. Next on our agenda is discussion of the airport layout plan and environmental assessment process. John Kinney, our airport director, is here today.
Thank you, Steve.
Welcome.
My name is John Kinney, Airport Director here in Aspen, and we have a presentation for you today that's going to go into a lot of detail regarding the environmental assessment, airport layout plan, and some historical efforts that the community has been very involved with that has gotten us to this point today. So what we're going to review today is why we're here today, the historical efforts leading to this environmental assessment, the project priorities and timelines, give you an overview on that. We'll also talk about the FAA directives in regards to the master plan, the environmental assessment, the airport layout plan concerning safety and the preservation of air service. And we'll also talk about the air service development study process as well as the environmental assessment process going forward. And then we'll also conclude with next steps. We have a couple folks on our bench today to provide this presentation to you. Obviously, John Peacock, County Manager, to my immediate left. We also have J.D. Ingram, Principal of J Aviation, and Rick Dunkelberg immediately behind me, who's also one of the principals of Mead and Hunt. Longtime consultants here, and we'll also provide that historical perspective as to how we got to where we are today and what our next steps are going to be. So with that, why are we here today? We're here to receive approval from the Board of County Commissioners to move forward the ALP, an acronym for Airport Layout Plan, and specifically option 8A onto the FAA for their approval into their process and approval for us to then make that part of the environmental assessment. So the ALP specifically is a 20-year map, and we have a very small map in the slide here embedded in, and it's a 20-year depiction, spatial reservation, if you will, of what you're going to develop your airport to be in the future, or what you would like it to be. It's very conceptual, probably after about 3 to 5 year mark, because so many influencing factors can change that. But at least it shows to you, it shows to the FAA, what you're thinking in terms of development of your particular airport. The option 8A is one of those 18 options that was studied in the air service development. The Board of County Commissioners in December of last year asked us to proceed with option 8A and turn that into a product to submit to the FAA. So actually, what is being submitted to you that probably overwhelmed your inbox coming your way was approximately a 300-page document here that is the narrative portion for the ALP that includes a financial analysis, a CIP component, as well as aircraft forecast in terms of volumes and types of aircraft that could possibly use the airport. So this was crafted in the outline that the FAA looked at. The second component of the ALP is a 35-page drawing here in 2-foot by 4-foot sections, and it really goes into the detail of the map, spatial reservation, and again, it's not what we're going to build, it's just a concept that allows it to be funding eligible for the FAA. So these are the two documents that comprise the ALP update version 8A that'll be moving forward if you approve it tomorrow to the FAA. We will then take that and move it into the environmental assessment process, and we'll talk a little bit more about the scope of specifically, there's 8 to 12 items on that map. We're going to be studying 2 major ones, the runway widening and shift, and then the terminal, new terminal building and landside surface parking, multimodal transit center as well. So we'll get into much more detail in regards to that. So what has changed since December 16th when the board told us to put together this packet to be our consultants to put it into the FAA's hands for approval? Really was primarily the funding. We compete on a very national level for the FAA funding to this airport for grants. They came back to us and said, we probably have a little bit more clarity than we did 3 to 4 to 5 years ago when we were first talking about the scopes of these projects. And we not only compete nationally, we also compete regionally. So the monies that we were looking for have been also demanded, if you will, shown a need by other airports throughout the country as well as the region. So the funding levels that we thought were once there have been scaled back. And scaling those funding levels back from anywhere from 15 to 40 million a year, it's probably more realistically to look at $4 to $6 million a year. So they have come into focus. We addressed some of the competition issues, and we have been given assurances as much as we can in this planning process by the FAA to proceed with a smaller environmental assessment. So the project priorities changed, and the project priorities changed from a second FBO west side development to the runway to the terminal. It changed to the terminal runway west side development. And we'll get into much greater detail with that in a few moments, as well as the project timing. So I'm going to turn it now over to John Peacock, our county manager, and let him walk you through a detailed analysis and kind of historical review of how we got to where we are today.
Can I ask one quick question, John? So our option, the ALP for option 8A, that's going to go before the FAA for approval. They have not approved that yet?
That's subject to your approval of the final documents tomorrow. So on tomorrow's agenda is approval of the final master plan update and airport layout plan update. And so that's why we're here to talk to you today, is to do some pre-work with the board to review the changes that have taken place. And that's what I'm going to get into a little bit, because it has been a not a straight line path to get to this point. We've had some changes and surprises.
But does the FAA have to approve option 8A before we start the EA?
The FAA, can I parking lot that question? I want to come back to it, because I think that is a lot of what we're going to be talking about, is the relationship between the update of the airport layout plan, the priorities that have changed because of the funding issues that John identified, and the direction we've received vis-a-vis the environmental assessment process. So if by the end of 45 minutes we haven't explained it, we'll circle back to that question. Is that
Rachel?
okay?
This may be related, and if you'd like to cover it at that point, please do. But it was my understanding that the airport layout plan was not accepted in its entirety because they no longer wanted to leave us with any modifications of standards. And so they approved some of our prior airport layout plan, but not all of it.
So I'm going to use that as a segue, and I'm just
Okay,
going to, I'm
great.
going to change the order based on that question a little bit on our historical efforts. And I'm going to start with that airport master plan that we completed in 2012 and kind of step through. It's important for the board and for the public to understand the historical context or the discussions that we've had and the decision points that we've reached as we bring this new airport layout plan in front of you tomorrow for your approval. So between JD and myself, I think we're going to be revisiting a lot of information that you've had in the past, but because so much time has passed and some things have changed, I think this historical perspective and probably repeating a few elements of it is important. So, Rachel, let's start off with that airport master plan that when we say it was completed, that was board approval, really in late 2012. It was a process that we started in 2011. The FAA guidelines really have us looking at updating our master plans every 5 to 7 years. Prior to this 2011 master plan, our previous update was completed in 2004. It had some unanswered questions in it related to lands on the west side of the airport that were identified for future aeronautical purposes but had not been specifically identified for specific improvements. And those were really the questions that the county went into the 2011-2012 master plan update with. And so, Rachel, you are correct. We went through that process. It was a robust process. There was a tremendous amount of public input, public meetings, a lot of board meetings, talking about the improvements that were proposed in this master plan. And those improvements included, and you'll see this in some later slides, on the east side of the airport, a new and relocated terminal, an underground parking facility and transit facility, a relocation of our existing fixed-based operator facilities. It included leaving our existing taxiway where it is, leaving our existing runway where it is at the dimensions it's at. And then it also included on the west side a proposal for a west side taxiway at the same distance as the east side taxiway, center line to center line, and facilities for a west side fixed-based operator at the same minimum standards as the east side operator was required to meet. And that plan was developed with a lot of discussion with our partners at the FAA, particularly our local office and our regional office. And so we were surprised when the approval came back and we did not have a complete approval. And Rachel, to your point, specifically what was at issue is that Aspen has never met the full design standards for a design group 3 airport. And what that means is that the center line of the taxiway and the runway at our airport right now are at 320 feet. The full design standards for our category airport requires that distance to be 400 feet. Our runway is 100 feet wide. The full design category standards have that at 150 feet. And so Aspen has been operating under a modification to standards from the Federal Aviation Administration for a number of years. 1993, I believe it was. I have to check that. It's either 83 or 93. I'm having a little bit of a...
Yes.
The county put into place a 95-foot wingspan restriction. And that was in consideration of our airport not meeting those full design standards. And the FAA granted us a modification to standards, because typically a design category 3 airport would have that 400-foot separation and would allow aircraft with up to 118-foot wingspan. We didn't have that 400-foot separation. We agreed to a modification of standard to a 95-foot wingspan. And throughout our discussions during that master planning process, we had assumed, and without any indication from the FAA otherwise, that we could continue forward with that same modification to standard, building a west side taxiway at 320 feet. And so when we submitted our airport master plan, that 2012 plan, the approval that came back was a conditional approval that approved all the proposed projects on the east side, so the terminal area and FBO projects and parking-oriented projects, but did not approve the west side projects. And at issue was that modification to standard. The FAA said that they would not grant a modification to standard to allow us to continue to operate aircraft with a 95-foot wingspan if we build a second taxiway at 320 feet. At about the same time, we're also learning about the next generation. We're hearing, but we had not really unpacked, that the next generation of aircraft that are being designed for commercial service, regional jet service, did not, the wingspans were getting wider, they weren't getting narrower. And so, in essence, what it meant is two things. One, if we had to go down to design category 2 standard, that would make our wingspans, reduce them to 79 feet. At the same time, we were learning that the future generation of similar capacity aircraft were getting wider wingspans. But at that point, we didn't really know how much wider and what aircraft might be serving this airport in the future. And so when the FAA came back with that conditional approval on the west side, we recommended to the board that we participate in a air services study, and we broke that into 3 phases. And JD is going to go into a lot more detail on these 3 phases, but in essence, phase 1 was to really analyze what was the future of commercial service likely to be at our airport and what aircraft would be available to serve our regional service needs. 2 was really examining what changes could we make, either working with the FAA to see if there's another modification to standard or physical modifications to our master plan that you all had approved in 2012 could we make to ensure that we could preserve that commercial service going into the future, as well as the improvements that you all had already looked at making in the original 2012 master plan. And then phase 3 is really where we are now, which is taking the direction we received in phase 2 and preparing it into a formal resubmission to the FAA for a new airport layout plan and master plan. The outcome of that process, and we're going to go into some detail on that, was to select an option, what we called Alternative 8A. We'll have to have a better naming contest next time, but Alternative 8A, which has really resulted in the proposal that's going to be in front of you for approval tomorrow. So I'm going to step back a slide then. Additionally, we had our environmental assessment process actually begin in January 2015, and the FAA had approved on that original master plan and ALP the east side improvements, which is the terminal and the FBO and parking. And so with their grant cycles and funding cycles and the fact that we had approval on that side of the airport, working with the FAA, we started our first environmental assessment process, really looking at that east side of the airport. The idea was we would resubmit a new master plan and airport layout plan based on alternative 8A from the Air Services study, and that would result in the start of a second environmental assessment process to look at the runway and taxiway. One of the things that we're going to be talking to you about today is, as we've been working through we started the environmental assessment process, and we've been working through finalizing this airport layout plan update, which has included several additional meetings with FAA officials, both our regional offices and also going to the national offices in DC. We learned about the funding changes that we're going to be going into more details about today. Those changes now have also been driving an anticipated change in scope for our environmental assessment processes. And as John already laid out, the changes really are about funding and project priorities and what we can foreseeably or feasibly do in the foreseeable time frame that an environmental assessment covers. And so, because that information came to us during the process about the availability and timing of funding, we've been put in the position of reprioritizing and looking at our projects. And that's really what we're going to be talking to you about through the rest of this presentation, is what's changed since we last talked to you back in December, and why are we proposing the priorities that we're proposing in the new airport master plan for you to adopt tomorrow, and how will that affect our environmental assessment processes. None of those changes happen if the board does not adopt the airport layout plan tomorrow and approve it for submission to the FAA. The combined EA processes and such we're going to talk to you about really can't move forward until we've submitted, Rachel, that new airport layout plan. And the FAA has worked with us to assure that once we've submitted that, they'll allow us to move forward with the combined EA process. So if the board does choose to do something different, we'll have to take a different tack to all of these plans.
Rachel?
And just to be clear, John, the prior airport layout plan in 2012 and the one we would be resubmitting, they do both clean up some issues that we've had with modification of standards on the east side, or were those, I know that the parking and the jutting into the runway, so we are cleaning up some modifications of standards which they've wanted with the east side, which is why they approved that portion of the previous plan.
So on the 2012 master plan, we actually were not making the changes that would bring us into full design standards. As JD is going to be talking to you, what we found during the Air Services study is every future regional jet that is on the drawing board or being designed or tested right now to replace the only regional jet that can currently operate at our airport has wingspans, or they have wingspans that exceed that 95-foot limit. And so we kind of had a double whammy there, where while the FAA said we could keep our 95-foot wingspan on the east side separation, but not on the west side separation, what we found during the Air Services study is maintaining that 95-foot wingspan would not allow us to maintain commercial service at the levels we currently enjoy into the future. And so that is why we proposed an alternative 8A, meeting full design category standards. So the 8A alternative that the board directed back in December does create the 400-foot separation on the east side and west side.
Okay, thank you.
George?
So John, you mentioned that the EA, once you start, or the completion of an EA, it has a shelf life. It's only good for so many years. And so if we do an EA and then we don't actually act on it after a certain amount of time, we'd have to redo the EA.
And that, George, is exactly what we're going to be talking to you about in terms of why we're proposing to rescope the projects that are covered in the EA. And also, it's one of the reasons that we're also looking at combining them along with improving the clarity to the public and costs. You want me to cover this one, or you got this one? Sure. So just real quick, in terms of the history, and then I'll turn it back over. In our previous air service study and master plan document, the project priorities really laid out to start with the west side taxiway and the west side fixed-based operator, the west side taxiway, shifting and widening the runway, the new terminal building, the parking structure and surface parking, the multimodal transit center, and relocation of existing FBO on the east side. And that was within a time frame where we thought we were going to be receiving a lot more funding and could do that scope of work within the foreseeable future. What's happened is in our discussions with the Federal Aviation Administration more recently, as John's already referenced, what we learned is that funding is going to be spread out over a much, much longer period of time outside of that window that you were just referring to, George, of the environmental assessment process and keeping those projects within that window. And so we stepped back and really looked at the priorities for both the airport and the FAA if those projects are going to be spaced out over a longer period of time. Safety is always the #1 issue for our airport, for all airports, for the Federal Aviation Administration. And when we really looked at having to prioritize the projects that we need to do now that are safety related, and we'll be talking to you more about this, the priorities shifted to the new terminal building and ramp space, the surface parking associated with that new terminal building, so that's your ramp space next to the terminal building, the runway shift and widening, multimodal transit center, west side taxiway, west side second FBO, and relocation of the existing FBO. The real safety issues immediately are your top 3, and that's what you're going to see as a rescoped environmental assessment as we work through the presentation.
And just so I'm clear, when you said we were talking about ramp space and the surface parking #2, is that automobiles or planes?
Planes.
Okay, let's make that more clear, because we have parking structure and surface parking on the other
Fair
side,
enough.
and it's a little confusing between the two.
Okay, I am going to turn it back over to John.
John, thank you. For our next section on the Air Service Development Study, we're going to ask J.D. Ingram of J Aviation to come up and give you a presentation.
Thank you, John. So much of what I'm going to talk about today is the course and the path we've been on over the last 2 years. And we always start with history, and I'm going to repeat some of what John had talked about in terms of history. So as we go through the last 2 years, I want to back up to the master plan that was concluded in 2012, and I'm going to even take a step further back. When John was talking about the ALP approval that happened in 1998, it was a very monumental and I would say very similar conversation to the one we're having today. In 1998, the runway to taxiway separation on the east side was 221 feet. There was actually a separated parallel taxiway on the east side. And the FAA and the community collectively funded that taxiway shift and moved it further to the east, basically taking up ramp space on the east side that Atlantic currently operates, and they created 320 feet of separation. What's so interesting and fascinating about that is that there could have been a hard line in the sand by the FAA that said, nope, you're confined to 79 feet, and you only have to meet 300. But what they said is, we'll give you 95 feet of wingspan limitation with 320 feet. So we've already done what I would call an incremental step to get to the point where we're at today. And all of that happened in 1998 at the cost of about $70 million to move that taxiway. So here we are today. I'm going to move to the 2012 master plan that John Peacock referenced. When that plan was developed, we were standing on the 95-foot wingspan restriction that was happening, and the FAA granted a mod to that. While those discussions were going on, aircraft manufacturers were beginning initial conversations about next generations of fleets of aircraft. As a matter of fact, Bombardier was still delivering the CRJ-700, and that the last delivery took place in 2011. So there wasn't this real impetus to act and to actually change. So as we went through the master plan, the FAA also approved a terminal development on the east side, which all stays intact. And we've talked about the west side FBO. And the thinking at that time of that master plan was, we will mirror the east side with 320 feet separation to the west side. And as John mentioned, the FAA declined that action. Once they declined that action, it forced a whole nother level of conversation in the community, which resulted in the air service study. And I'd like to, at this point, reference a conversation that George and I had right before this meeting started. The question was, if the east side separation is 320 feet, we're proposing 320 feet on the west side, and the FAA declined that, why not build it to standard at 400 feet? And the really defining point of that question is, you are limited by the shortest distance on the east side. So what that would mean is, any arriving or departing aircraft that was over 95 feet, you would have to sterilize the entire east side of the airport. No aircraft could taxi on Alpha. You couldn't get anyone queued up for departure. It would effectively yield the airport, I would say it would reduce its capacity to maybe 25 or 30% of what it currently is today. So once that declined 320 feet happened, it sparked the air service study, and this is the 2-year conversation that we've been in. Going to the master plan that was approved in 2012, I'd just like to highlight some of the things that have been discussed in the meeting, but just to show it pictorially. On the east side, you can see the entire terminal area redevelopment program. That was developed in the 2012 master plan. There was a reconfiguration of the east side FBO with moving of FBO facilities and a little bit of apron expansion. And then the west side parallel taxiway, shown here in blue, along with the west side FBO, has that separation of 320 feet. And that's basically the half of the master plan that was not approved. Which launches us into the air service study. And what was interesting about the timing of the air service study is that all of the regional jets that were under development have wingspans that have exceeded 95 feet. What's happening with the changing technology of these regional jet aircraft is they're gaining more efficiency out of wider wingspans. They're gaining more efficiency out of winglets, which we're seeing in all of the aircraft. And the winglets are canted now, which are adding to more wingspan. And actually, this airport forced the conversation with the FAA to define winglets. Are winglets included in the wingspan? And the FAA came back and said, absolutely they are. So while the community has stood very firmly on the 95-foot wingspan interpretation, so has the FAA. The two have been lockstep, and nobody moves. So, which until we're at this conversation today.
Steve?
Rachel?
Just a question for the record, as much as anything. We are a design standard 3 airport now, tier 3.
Yes, you are a design standard 3. I would add modified.
With modified. And if we were to not try to hit design standard 3s going forward,
Yes.
move down to a design standard 2 airport, what would that mean?
What that would mean, I'll answer that in 2 different ways.
Okay.
The FAA has said to the community, you can stand on the 95-foot as long as you want, and we will stand with you. And so that's a choice that the community gets to make. The FAA has also said, we will not grant another modification. There will be nothing more than the 95 feet that have already been granted. And if you really wanted to, I would say, dial it back even further, you would be at wingspans limited to 79 feet. Any commercial service that can operate with that type of a wingspan, which is very limited. Actually, the CRJ 700 is 76 feet. So it does fit within that. But we also know that last delivery went in 2011, and I'm going to talk more about the timing of the retirement of that. So really what it would happen, your air service would evaporate, is what would happen over time.
Okay, so moving down the tiers to a lesser airport would not really be feasible for us as a resort community, as with the air service we would like to enjoy,
Yes.
and particularly having competition among airliners so that we have reasonable price structure.
That's exactly
You know,
right.
we might be lucky enough to find one carrier who would keep older planes in service, but
That's exactly right.
and then to go to anything further, the FAA is requiring that we do not request in any of our plans any modifications of service,
That's correct. Any modifications of standards. Correct.
of plans going forward.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for those.
Okay. I want to just tag on, that wingspan, if it was to go to 79, that applies to both commercial and GA, correct?
Yes, that is
So
correct.
it means that there would be no luxury of flying any bigger private jets because we'd be limited to the 79.
So you would lose the larger, excuse me, you would lose the larger general aviation aircraft fleet as well.
Yes.
This is a really important distinction that you're both making in the fact that the FAA does not distinguish in certain sizes. They don't say we're going to allow certain aircraft to operate, they don't say we're going to allow certain airlines to operate, and they don't say we're going to allow certain wingspans to operate. They've divided it into classes of aircraft. So there's that Group 2 aircraft that we just defined, and now we're a modified Group 3, and they've come back with national policy and said, we are not allowing a modification if our standards can be met
On
at
your
all.
site.
Which, walking into this study, we did not know that, which I'll get to those findings here.
Thank you.
So looking at an overview of what the air service study was intended to answer is there's really 5 questions. What's happening with the changing technology of the future commercial fleet? What can Aspen do to sustain this commercial air service? How, and if service was accommodated by larger aircraft, how would that be done? What would the impacts and benefits to the community be? and then what's in the best future health of the community. So what we came back and presented to this board on November 19th of 2013 was the findings of the Phase 1 study. And Bombardier came, also presented to the board, were involved in some of the open house work sessions that were held. And what we determined out of that study was that 95% of all the commercial service is provided by the CRJ 700. And that the fleet that precedes that is the CRJ, the 50 seat, the CRJ 100 and 200 series, that those aircraft are even older, they're retiring, putting more pressure on the 700, CRJ 700 fleet. The last U.S. delivery was placed in 2011, so there are no more, they're still, they say they're still manufacturing that airplane, but they have not had an order since then. We will talk later about what their future aircraft orders and deliveries look like. The first retirements are estimated to begin in 2018, so they are coming up. And this community will probably hang on to that airplane longer than any other, because this is a vital market to airlines that serve it, and they want to keep it as long as possible, which is tied to the schedule of shifting the runway and all of that, because it does all have to happen before those aircraft retire. Over half the fleet is anticipated to retire by 2021, with the remainder, and this is through working with Bombardier at 2025. The future regional jets, which we're going to talk about who's in that market, are anticipated to come on basically between now and 2018. When this was put together, I don't know if you track aircraft manufacturing, but they have a schedule and it moves. This one's moved some too, so they are aligning a little bit, but there have been no, there are no certified aircraft as of yet. The next generation of these aircraft are quieter. They're about 20% more fuel efficient than what's currently on the market today. There's less emissions, and there's an improved customer experience traveling on them. And with the wingspan restriction that's currently in place in Aspen, none of these aircraft can serve this market. So let's talk about what types of aircraft and who's manufacturing. The top half of this chart, from the CRJ 700 down to the E195, are current regional aircraft that are in the fleet today. The two that currently serve this airport are the CRJ 700 and the Q400, and they meet all the performance and safety standards to operate in and out of the airport. From the CRJ 900 all the way down, the 1000, and then the Embraer E series, the 170 through 195, do not have the performance to fly arrival and departure procedures in and out of the airport, so they cannot serve the market. When we look at the future regional aircraft, we have Embraer is in development of the E2 series, the 175, the 190, and the 195. Development of that aircraft started in 2012. Embraer has been one of the leaders in regional aircraft manufacturing, and they are looking at orders coming in around, right now they have 325 current orders of that aircraft, coming in line 2018 for the 190, 2019 for the 195, and 2020 for the E175. So they're out there a ways for their aircraft coming online. All of their wingspans exceed the 95 feet by up to as much as 15 or 16 feet. The next aircraft is the Mitsubishi regional jet, the 70 series and the 90 series. There's roughly 223 orders on that aircraft to date, and then there's some options which extend that up to 400. Those aircraft are expected, right now they're anticipated to come online in 2017. What's interesting about the Mitsubishi aircraft is this is the first Japanese commercial airliner that's been produced in 40 years. you know, for the ones who manufacture regional aircraft every day, they have a hard time hitting their schedules. So I will be closely watching the MRJ series coming out.
Can I ask a quick question? On the performance capability, is that determined by the airline themselves? Who determines whether or not a plane is capable of flying in and out of our airport?
That's a dual partner conversation. So the aircraft manufacturer has performance specifications, and then each airline has to validate that with their own flight procedures, their own safety standards. And
So
their
it's
own
up to them
operating-
technically to determine, not
It is.
FAA, to determine whether or not
Correct.
that plane can fly in here. Okay,
Correct.
that's what I thought. Thank you.
And then the last aircraft is the CS series, the 100 and the 300. It is the farthest along in the development. They have done high altitude testing. That aircraft has been on the ramp in Gunnison, Colorado, and it is slated for delivery in 2016, with orders standing at over 243 right now.
And what is our weight allowance on this current?
100,000 pounds max landed weight, which 100,000 pounds max landed is our current. So what's relevant about this conversation is the FAA is stating we're not going to have any incremental differentiating in these aircraft. We are designing to a Group 3. That's where we're standing, so you can't pick an aircraft and say we're going to design to it. They say we won't support another modification to standards. So we're left with serving the whole Group 3 fleet.
Two last questions on this portion. The ASE performance capable column has a certain to be determined in there. How and when do we know if these folks do test for our standards? And is this just can't be determined until they've gotten some off the production line? Is that how that goes?
Yes, at the point this was all done, it was so preliminary in their development work that they couldn't answer that question. We have, during the course of the study, we had conversations with Embraer, and obviously Bombardier was in the room committing to their performance standards. But Mitsubishi had not at that point, and the 195 was did not have any performance specs on it at that point.
Okay. And then,
Rachel,
go ahead.
sorry, since January, Mitsubishi sent a representative out here from Japan and collected a variety of terrain data to started that evaluation. But their inaugural flight of these jets is not going to take place until October of this year, so they're still in that very early stages.
Okay. And then the other thing is you've been able to give us the kind of in total broad order numbers that these guys are receiving. Do we have any idea what airlines are ordering what or how many?
Yes. Currently Southwest, or SkyWest, sorry, has orders of 100 for the 175. And I believe they have a standing order for, I think it's 50 on the MRJ and an option at 50. Don't
And-
quote me on those numbers, but I know those two are in play for SkyWest.
Because I mean, that's a little bit of an intention of a letter that was to the editor saying, hey, there's these Mitsubishis, you know, what if we keep our standards, even though it's 9 inches over and the FAA doesn't seem to be willing to move out a few inches. But we can't control what planes airlines choose to purchase and fit into their greater rotation of services.
You're absolutely right. We can't pick an aircraft and design to it because the FAA says it's exclusionary. We cannot exclude an aircraft. We can't design to an aircraft specific.
We can design to a class of
We
aircraft.
can design to a class and a certain size. So yeah, that's a very difficult conversation. I would like to point out, I did read the article. It's not as simple as it is portrayed. When we start talking, just in simple terms, when we go from 95 feet ultimately to 118, we're looking at 23 feet of additional wingspan clearance. To get that 23 feet, we actually have to move the runway 80 feet. So there's almost a 4-to-1 when you start looking at runway taxiway separations, 4-to-1.
And why is that 4-to-1?
It's clearance on approach. You have to have that much clearance. It's a safety buffer. So it's not as cut and dried as a foot equals a foot.
Okay, thank you.
There was another letter to the editor saying that we were promised 15 years ago or something that no 737s would ever land in Aspen. And I actually looked up the weight on the 737s, and I believe they're way over our weight standards of the airport. But is there any chance a 737 could land if we move the runway over?
That's a great question.
That is a very good question, and we're starting to hear that already in the community. There are so many qualifying factors associated with that. It gets back to, I think,
Capability.
Patty's comment about, to the airline, can we have any influence on what aircraft the airlines choose? Airlines operate the aircraft very, very differently in terms of seating configuration, number of people, etc. So from just a pure mathematical standpoint, from a wingspan separation, the 737 aircraft has a 117-foot, 11-inch wingspan. It's below the 118. But then it gets into the second category, which is really even more of an important category. Does it have the performance to operate into and out of the airport? And the answer to that is we don't know yet. That's what's going to be studied extensively during the environmental assessment process. The same with an Airbus, whether it be a 319 or a 320. Anything larger than that would be precluded because our group design standard does not allow that. In speaking recently with United Airlines, they said no, the 737 from their fleet cannot come into this airport. And they judge that based on the single engine missed approach, which means they're coming into the airport, they lose an engine, they need to climb out and clear the terrain. And they said the performance wasn't there for the 737-700. Is that going to hold true for the other airlines? I'm not sure. It'll have to be studied in that environmental assessment process. But it gets back to your comment earlier that JD made, and that is that we're designed per the FAA, a design group category range of 79 to 118. We're not allowed to be arbitrary or capricious and be selective amongst a particular aircraft operator or a particular aircraft type. But in this particular airport, there are limiting circumstances based with the altitude and terrain that will flush some of those aircraft out, many of those aircraft out from operating at Aspen.
And how about the weight restriction?
The current weight restriction is 100,000 for the takeoff. What is being proposed to go to would be widening the runway from 100 feet to 150 feet total, and the weight would go from 100,000 to 150,000. And those are the design criteria associated with Group 3 design criteria.
Michael?
Don't those aircraft order their own engines? And so, depending on the type of engine they order for an aircraft, it changes the performance standards. In other words, not all 737s are the same. They order a different, they might order a Pratt & Whitney, or they might order a Rolls-Royce, or a different type of engine, so you just don't know.
Correct, we don't know. I mean, there's 737-300s all the way to, and incrementally each 100 737-900. Some have larger engines, smaller engines, longer fuselages, shorter fuselages, different wings. But the 737-700, which is considered the workhorse, was the one that United said it would not be able to come in based on its performance. But there's just so many variables, it's very difficult to give such a black and white answer, hence the environmental assessment process.
Continuing on, after phase 1 of the air service study looked at what types of aircraft were changing, we looked at how we would accommodate a larger fleet into the airport. And as was mentioned, there were 13 alternatives, and of those 13 there were variants of 5. So there was a total of 18 different variations looked at over 6 months. One of the most surprising things that came out of the study was that shifting the runway 80 feet to the west is actually plausible and can work from an airspace perspective and from an aircraft performance perspective on arrivals and departures. That was something that we were not sure of until we conducted a study to determine those arrival and departure procedures. With that, we determined through it we could meet the 400 feet of separation standard from the runway to the taxiway. That was during this phase of the study was when the FAA came out and adamantly said, if it's possible to meet the standard, we will not look at anything that's modified. All of the documents for the air service study are on the website, aspenplanningwebsite.com. All of the variants are out there, so any information that the public would like to look at in terms of these alternatives that were looked at, they are out there. With the runway to taxiway separation of 400 feet, we could look at meeting a full Group 3 standard, and the wingspan restriction would be lifted. And it did accommodate for a second FBO on the west side. This was the alternative that was presented December 16th of 2014, alternate 8A. This was the layout that we were directed to update the airport layout plan to, and I will go through the highlights of that. It has the runway shifting 80 feet to the west and becoming 150 feet wide. What's interesting about that particular comment is when this airport was built in 1950s, that runway's been in the same spot ever since. Any modifications have happened to the taxiway on the east side of it. This is the first runway shift that's ever been contemplated to meet standards. It does accommodate 400 feet of separation on the west side, and the 80-foot shift accommodates 400 feet on the east side. It does allow for a second FBO on the west side of the airport. There is no impact to the east side. Through all of these studies, shifting the runway, either leaving it in place, what it did is it rendered the east side useless because we lose all the ramp depth. So of the 18 alternatives, you'll see that the ones that carried the most water were shifting the runway to the west.
Is there any impact though with the topography to shale bluffs by moving the runway? I mean, if the runway's been where it is for so many years because we were restricted anyway, is there going to be an issue then with the terrain?
No, there is no issue with the terrain at shale bluffs, based on all the analysis that's been done to date, both with us and with the FAA.
Okay.
And this does allow for 25 feet of usable ramp space in front of the Airport Operations Center, and this is the legacy element we're left with. That AOC, Airport Operations Center, was built under the premise of the 95 feet wingspan with 320 feet of separation. So this will have a modification for that bump out around the AOC. There will have to be clearance from the tower to taxi out and around that at all times, and the FAA is aware of that. They accept that that modification, so it is an interim mod, and at some point that building could be relocated in the future. I'll put it 20 or 30 years from now, potentially.
I feel like we just built it.
Yes, it was built in 2007, so yeah. And then this does have a portion of Owl Creek Road relocated. And I want to pause on this because there's a lot of conversation right now around Owl Creek Road, the relocation of Owl Creek Road, and how does it fit with the current plans. So I'll just pause right here and talk about it. Under the full configuration of alternate 8A, it has the west side taxiway at 400 feet. When that taxiway is built, it requires a section of the Burlingame open space to be acquired. It has 2,400 feet of roadway that's required to be relocated. It has a section of retaining walls. But what's being contemplated now in a reduced environmental assessment is to not build the west side taxiway. That is beyond the foreseeable future or planning horizon that we're looking at right now. So there is a relocation of Owl Creek Road. It's a slight relocation of several hundred feet, and it's all within the right-of-way. And the reason that's allowable is by building the taxiway and the clearances that are required on this taxiway, it requires more land than just by shifting the runway without the taxiway. So I would like to be clear with that point going forward. This is on the airport layout plan as the ultimate development, but that would be a conversation further down the road in the community.
So if we were to do this small relocation of Owl Creek Road, and then in the future, somewhere down the line, we were to do the west side FBO, would we then have to redo that section we just did?
Yes.
I mean, so in other words, we would not be phasing that section into the next phase, it would have to be redone.
That's correct. And I would add, it would be redoing it, and it's not an exorbitant amount of cost. It's actually pretty small relative to the context of the project.
Is there any modification to Owl Creek Road that could be done, that, like building a concrete wall, so no car could ever accidentally go off the road and get on the taxiway, or something to that effect that would allow the road to stay where it is?
Yeah, definitely safety would be evaluated with forms of concrete barriers to keep vehicular traffic from entering onto the airport. So all of that would be evaluated in the environmental assessment.
But that's not the assessment we're doing now. Are
No,
you
that'd
talking
be
about
the
the bigger?
future. That's
That
in
is
the
a future,
That
correct,
would
that
be
is
the
a
future.
future.
Yeah.
Even now, that would be looked at, it's always looked at.
Okay.
Is there any way to relocate Owl Creek Road this time around so that it would be the same relocation if we needed to relocate the rest of Owl Creek Road somewhere down the line? I'm trying to avoid us having to tear up the same stretch of road if we don't absolutely have to. See what I'm saying?
I absolutely understand.
Just a thought.
Here's the challenge with that, is it could be done now. It would be a much bigger conversation right now. The cost would be higher. And I think what we're running up against is, when you look at the costs of this full development on 8A, it was estimated at $132 million. The FAA gets approximately 60 to 80 million in discretionary a year for the entire three-state region of Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah, including the large hubs of Denver International and Salt Lake. So we were really pushing the envelope with the FAA to have the conversation around funding all of this, and it was too much for their program. So when it got scaled back, I think the road just got scaled back to right-size the project as it is today with just shifting the runway.
Well, it would be many years out. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I think we're talking many years.
Many years.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not sure, making a guess here, but if the larger full plan is 2,400 feet, 8 football fields long, this minor relocation of Owl Creek Road is how long of a section?
900.
900 feet.
Yeah, and
So-
in the realm of things, I know, I'm just wanted
Yeah,
to see if
yeah.
it could be accommodating, but
Yeah, and maybe portions of it could stay, but I was also just going to, yes, I just lost my train of thought, I'll come back. Go ahead, Chris.
One other distinction, Patty, is that the relocation that's contemplated here doesn't require the acquisition of Burlingame
Right.
open space or a condemnation action.
public vote or public,
Very good.
and a replacement of the property. Okay. Much larger scope.
So I'll just pause on this last slide as a closing comment on this ALP update. As John referenced, your 2012 master plan is the master plan for the airport, and this airport layout plan basically updates it to reflect current information. So the combination of the two are your plan, if that makes sense. I just want to be clear with that, because all the information contained within the master plan is relevant unless it's been updated here. Moving on, when the alternatives were reviewed with Phase 2, we took that conversation into the public, and we did several outreach efforts. We did press releases, a video. John Peacock did tons of coffee chats, community open house events that were widely attended. And the outcome of what we heard is, going into it, they didn't quite understand what the project was, but there was a lot more clarity coming out. The community appreciated the dialogue that was had from everything we heard, and that they valued commercial service for the community. And they also understood that meeting FAA safety standards is a high priority for the community and the airport. And then, you know, some of the things of where we are today. John Kinney talked about what changed within the FAA. Going into the conversations on the alternative with 8A, after it's been vetted within the public, then we start dialogue with the FAA on capital improvement program funding. And there were a series of 3 to 4 meetings with the FAA. The program was laid out, and what we were asking for was pushing $18 million a year, every year, to develop this plan for about 10 years, plus 2 large chunks of close to $30 million when the runway was being shifted. That's a huge burden on the FAA, and they said, we support the program, we support the projects that are shown on there. We can't do it in the time frame that you are proposing here, so let's have a conversation around priorities. And that's the list that has been discussed, is kind of reshifting the priorities to meet the funding. And based on that reshifting, we're looking at, we had originally contemplated a runway shift being completed in 2025. That's been extended 2 years to 2027. And it kicks the west side taxiway and FBO beyond the planning horizon of this study. This is a 12-year study that has a financial plan tied to it, and it puts that parallel taxiway and FBO outside of that program right now. So taking you through the documents that you have in your inbox, I just wanted to highlight a couple things. This drawing is the airport layout plan as it is updated. It has existing conditions, future and ultimate. And someone might say, well, what's future and what's ultimate? The future is defined as what projects are going to happen within the foreseeable planning horizon of 12 years, which is the runway shift and the terminal program. Those are the 2, I would say, major priorities that are on future. Ultimate is defined as the west side taxiway and west side FBO as an ultimate configuration. And then this is a zoom in of it. What this is this has all of the dimensional standards that the FAA needs on their airport layout plan, and it's a zoom in of that, and it's a representation of what you have in your drawing packets. The airport layout plan existing and future. This shows the configuration of the airport with the runway shift and the terminal area being completed, and that is the planning horizon as existing and future. And with that, I'd like to introduce Rick Dunkelberg of Mead & Hunt.
A question. So when we talked about the realistic funding with the FAA now because of competition in the 3-state region, we spent most of the morning, so most of the afternoon so far, just talking about surface parking and runway shift and widening, and those would be funded primarily by the FAA. But we haven't really talked about the new terminal building, which is our top priority now. Is that funded at all by the FAA?
It is. There's a opportunity for small airports to tap into a fund that was recently created. So they are encouraging us to continue through that process, and it's looking optimistic, but not guaranteed at this point, but definitely optimistic. 18 million will be coming to us for the terminal building. So historically, terminal buildings at the airports of this size are not fundable, so we're excited about that opportunity and have gotten first in line so far. We've heard that, excuse me, on a local level, regional level, as well as a national level. We were back in DC a few weeks ago.
Rachel?
Yeah, just really briefly, I reclaimed my thought, but it's important to note that part of the FAA funding problem has been the airline industry devolving everything out of the ticket price. So when you now pay $35 for an overhead bin to put your thing in, and a certain amount to have a better seat than a sorrier seat, and you have, you know, to pay for a Coca-Cola, those things all used to be built into your ticket price and you'd pay a tax on it. So the FAA funds have gone down, I don't know whether it's a quarter or a third, from revenue off of tickets. And so ultimately the customer's saving money today, but they're losing money later in terms of inadequate facilities across the country. So, you know, that's one of the reasons the FAA just doesn't really have the money anymore. It's debundling of services.
Well, you raised a very interesting and accurate point. The airlines have been raising those fees so incrementally, including the baggage fees, have made billions over the last several years. And they have been very successful blocking airports increasing the PFC, the passenger facility charge. So as you allude to, Rachel, every time an passenger gets off an airport, onto an aircraft, we get $4.50 per head, but it's limited. And if we were to keep track with just inflation alone, it should be at $8.50 a head. And you're exactly right. Many of these more improvements can be accelerated if that artificial limitation that's being primarily blocked for the past 10 years by the airlines in Washington, D.C. The airports have, unfortunately, have not gained the upper ground in that debate to date.
That's right. Okay. Thank you.
Which one moves it forward? This one? Thank you, JD. If I can work this right, we'll see what's... I'm Rick Dunkelberg, formerly with Bernard Dunkelberg and Company, now part of Mead & Hunt. And we are the prime consultant preparing the environmental assessment for the improvements that JD just described. A lot of you already know this, but I just want to give a little background on what an environmental assessment is, why it's required, the elements that we will look at, and then some of the challenges we face in preparing the environmental assessment, and how we are combining east side development with runway relocation development into one combined environmental assessment. This kind of goes back to one of your questions earlier, George, on how we're going to work that. If you will remember, the National Environmental Policy Act, and that's the acronym NEPA, requires consideration of the environmental consequences of a federal action before that action is taken. And by a federal action, that means funding, approval, or permitting by a federal agency of any item that's required. So basically, the full approval of the airport layout plan, the funding of any of the projects on that airport layout plan require an environmental document. The environmental assessment, which is a lower tier environmental analysis than an EIS, is prepared to determine if there are significant environmental impacts which may occur. If there are significant environmental impacts, that usually then elevates that EA to an EIS status if they cannot be properly mitigated. And the document provides an in-depth review of the environmental impacts for the proposed action, reasonable alternatives to the proposed action, as well as the do-nothing action. In other words, we have to evaluate the environmental consequences if we do no action in the same depth and analysis that we compare our proposed action to. And it provides disclosure of the alternatives, the impacts, and any mitigation to both the public and decision makers. It's a decision-making document. It does not make a decision, but it provides information so that this body can then make an informed decision on what they want to do. Okay, what this means for the EA process, both the runway shift and the terminal replacement will be considered in one environmental assessment under one covenant. There will be two separate purpose and need statements provided, one purpose and need for the terminal development and those associated projects, and a purpose and need statement developed for the runway relocation. Both of those purpose and needs, though, will also have a separate set of alternatives under each one of those. And we will rely on all the work that JD did in the air service study to help us evaluate all the alternatives from the runway relocation. In other words, we're not going to revisit all of those. We're going to take advantage of all that work that's already been done and use that in our document. In the beginning, as John Peacock said, we were going to prepare two different EAs that were separated by time, distance, and proximity. Now, since all those things have come together, we are preparing one EA. And what does that do for us? Well, it gives us a greater ability to analyze updated existing and future conditions based on new information. The airlines that JD talked about, that's new information to us. We're going to look at the future fleet, the entire fleet of those aircraft. Now, that's a challenge to us because when we get to looking at the noise effects of those aircraft, the emissions effects of those aircraft, we have to make some assumptions. Because if an aircraft is not certified, it does not have certified noise levels. So we can't model those aircraft. We have to assume certain engine types. We have to assume certain types of operations so we can model those types of aircraft. So that's the challenge that we face from that standpoint. We also have to assume that unless airlines actually give us definitive answers that a 737 or an Airbus cannot operate here, then we have to assume from the environmental impact standpoint that they can. So we'll have to model some of those so that we can see what the effects of those would be. So that's a future fleet mix challenge which we're going to have to meet. We want to take advantage of the public process so we can combine both of these documents and also help minimize some of the confusion in the public's eye of separating these two projects. And hopefully we can get better understanding of what those mean. What will not be in the EA, and JD talked about this, and so did John, the West Side Taxiway, the West Side FBO will not be part of our environmental process. They are not within our planning horizon. An environmental document looks at projects that can be reasonably foreseeable and implemented within a 3 to 5 year time frame. That's our window. And the final finding, which is called a FONSI, which is a finding of no significant impact, is good for about 3 years. Once that 3 year window has passed, then portions of that environmental document have to be revisited and reevaluated, unless we've had some progress in implementing those projects. So we've got a rather short time frame. However, as JD said, those projects are still carried on the airport layout plan because they're part of the long-term plan. And when those projects become what's called ripe, in other words, fundable and reasonable, then they will be evaluated in a separate environmental document, but not in the one we're doing now. We're going to look at certain parking options. We're going to look at on-site options, off-site options, and the multimodal transit center alternatives to provide automobile parking for the airport. The runway shift, again, is to meet FAA standards, which will allow for aircraft with a greater wingspan, as JD's talked about. That future aircraft mix, which I've discussed, will be used for air quality, noise effects, terminal sizing, and ramp sizing for those aircraft in the terminal. This is very serendipitous now that we're looking at both of these at the same time, because we're just beginning the terminal sizing concept process, and knowing that we may have larger aircraft with larger seating capacity, which means that the hold rooms in the terminal building may need to be looked at in a greater capacity to accommodate those aircraft with greater seating capacities. So those things all need to be taken into consideration. Aircraft are larger. They also offer greater efficiencies. The newer aircraft are all quieter. They're all meeting what are called stage 4 and stage 5 noise requirements. And if we will remember, we started out with stage 2, the newer aircraft then got stage 3. Now the newer aircraft now are stage 4, and even the ones on the drawing board now are stage 5. They're very much quieter. They're also more efficient from an emissions standpoint. And again, our challenge will be trying to determine which aircraft types will use which engines so we can model those. That's going to be a pretty good challenge. We also will spend a lot of time and effort looking at the pillow counts in the valley. What about rooms, and will there be an effect on additional rooms needed? Is this a growth inducement? Will it not be a growth inducement? Things of that nature. The transit center removal will result in development of a single level parking options. Now, we will also probably look at a parking structure as an alternative to surface parking, so we can still evaluate that. And then the catch-all phrase, we will qualitatively and not quantitatively evaluate cumulative impacts. In other words, the requirements are that we look at past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future actions to determine the cumulative effects of all those actions on the valley. So we will mention future projects at the airport from a qualitative standpoint, although we won't quantitatively measure those, but we'll have to examine those. As JD said, the east side will remain exactly as it was in the master plan. Those are the projects we will look at. Terminal building, parking, FBO relocation, a noise wall, extra apron area, with the exception that the parking structure is no longer a proposed project due to funding shortfalls. On the west side, the only thing we'll be looking at is the relocated runway. Any environmental assessment requires certain chapters and certain broad categories of things to be looked at. The first one is the purpose and need. In other words, why are we doing the project, what's the need, and what's the purpose of it? Why are we doing it? We then look at reasonable alternatives to the proposed action, including the no action alternative. We look at what's on the airport today. What are the existing conditions? This is the chapter where if we have to go back and relocate and re-examine things in the future, if we exceed that time frame, this is where we look at things such as a change in fleet mix. What we've just recently found, we're doing a supplemental EIS for an airport in Arkansas. Between the time of the draft public hearing and trying to put a final EIS together, 2 new endangered species came on board. We'll go back and do a supplemental draft to reevaluate those new.
The black snakes?
Well, it's a snail darter and a bat, but so those things sometimes exist. So we have to look at the existing conditions of the affected environment, and then the consequences, the proposed actions, and the reasonable alternatives, and then how do we mitigate any impacts that occur. There's about 19 or 20 environmental resource factors that we evaluate. There's a whole list of those that we will look at. And that's it for the EA. I'm sure it's all clear as mud. Any questions?
Yeah, you lost me early on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, when you talked about the EA could then go into a FONSI,
Yes.
but that only has about a 3-year shelf life. And then if there are any changes, or if we haven't started a project by that point, then we would have to start a second EA.
You update it.
You just update. So
That's
it's a similar
correct. You
process.
update those significant things which could have changed in the interim.
So let's say the time frame for the EA to be finished by 2017?
Sure.
2000, and you've got sort of a projected time frame, at least for the terminal completion, to be 2022. So there's still a slight gap there, or once you start the project, assuming that a new terminal would take several years anyway, that would hopefully span that gap, so we wouldn't have to revisit or redo it.
That's correct. It's the starting of the project that counts. Okay. And That's one of the reasons why we're combining the runway relocation and the terminal work into one environmental document. Because when we get the finding on that environmental document, it's good for, it'll be one finding for both projects, which means even though the runway relocation is farther out in time, that still would meet that time frame once we start the terminal.
Okay, thanks.
Rachel?
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of think of something similar. We all went through the city of Aspen having to do a supplemental EIS for the entrance to Aspen, because after the roundabout was built, and I think the bus lanes, there hadn't been anything new on the EIS in 5 years, so they had to do a supplemental to update it. But you talked about the EA, and so these are just comments for that, nothing that has to be answered now. You know, in the past, I remember the growth concerns, of course, being very real, and we were told that at some level, the airspace itself limited that, of how many planes could land or couldn't land. And so I realize there may be more passengers and things like that, but make sure we do discuss what our airspace can and can't handle. There is a max there at some level somewhere. And then secondly, when you talked about a pillow count, that is really challenging. And you know, of course, the ACRA is a resource to discuss how to do that. But the real issue to my mind is there have been so many second homes and condos built that, quote, count as residential, but they really are part of the bed base effectively. And so anyhow, I just, however you go about that, I think it's real important to double check the methodology so it feels acceptable to the public.
Right, yes.
Thank you.
Rick, what do you mean by, when you talk about parking options, a multimodal transit center? What is that? What is that? What does that look like?
You know, right now I really don't know exactly what that means, except it's going to, except I know we have a lot of interest in mass transit, in RAFTA, and combining some type of either mass transit to help get folks to and from the airport. And if we can look at a way of combining some sort of mass transit facility with parking at the airport, that's what we're going to look at. Now, we need to really define what that means. We don't want to take any options off the table right now. But
Or off-site, and I don't know if the timing would work, John P., if, since the ELTC has authorized a master planning of the intercept lot and I'm not sure when that is supposed to take off, and if that's going to provide some information as we go into this EA for parking options.
Yeah, that's certainly something that we've got our radar on right now as we look at parking and staging issues along Highway 82. What are the options to incorporate as we go into this design process? Because it's possible that it may make more sense to accommodate some of those parking needs off-site with some kind of transit component. Again, we don't know what that looks like or how that works, but it would be another way to accommodate those needs at maybe a greatly reduced cost. So we've got that on our radar screens for sure.
thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of our next steps, we'll be back before you tomorrow, and John and I have a follow-up question in terms of format on that. Followed by the Community Input Committee. That'll be on September 10th in the morning. And then a public meeting also on September 10th, also at the Limelight, from 4:30 to 6:30, where we're going to be presenting a lot of this to the community. Coffee chats and stakeholder meetings will begin in earnest. We've already had a couple of those, but we'll really kick those off in earnest over the next few weeks to get out to those individual communities and neighborhoods to answer any of the questions they may have.
I only have one question. Looking at the timetable for when the runway project would be completed in relation to when the CRJs are, you know, put to rest, and we're going beyond the time when they were projected to not, you know, we're not going to have the runway built in time for when theoretically the CRJs will no longer be in service. But does that mean we're going to have the very last ones in the whole country will be flying into Aspen and all the rest will be gone, or are we pushing the timetable a little bit too close at the end?
Very good question, Steve, and it's somewhat of a crystal ball question, but I think this is really aircraft fleet retirement, Aspen Airport, Part 2. The first time was BA 146. The only airport that basically was being served by that aircraft was Aspen, Colorado. And this is a very high-yield market for the airlines, a very coveted market. And we have been talking with the FAA, who has assured us your runway will not hold up or delay or interrupt your scheduled service. So they will be watching that as well as we will be watching it. But it is somewhat of a crystal ball whether those aircraft retire before 2027 or before, and how many years before. So we'll be very closely working with the FAA and the aircraft manufacturers to make sure, and the airlines, excuse me, to make sure that that service is not interrupted whatsoever.
Okay. Michael?
So, John, in the press release that the county put out last week, you're quoted as saying, "We will be reconfiguring the runway to meet FAA design standards to accommodate aircraft with wider wingspans." It sounds like you've already made the decision. I mean, and what Rick said is that we're going through a process now with EA that is a decision aiding document, not a decision document. So how do you explain that?
Well, the ultimate decision for any development at that airport rests with this body. So have any decisions been made? No. The decision in terms of whether the ALP goes forward rests with this body tomorrow. If that does go forward, we will then enter into a very public process, a very structured process for the environmental assessment to study whether these improvements go forward. If they do go forward, what mitigating measures would they go forward in? Again, being brought back before the Board of County Commissioners, who has the ultimate decision whether anything takes place out at that airport.
So you were premature in saying we will be reconfigured.
If that's what the quote said, then yeah, I apologize.
It says that in our own press release, and you're quoted later in the paper on that basis.
Yeah, that should have the caveat of if approved by the Board of County Commissioners, absolutely.
So the one, not the one problem, but one of the difficulties I have with this is a sort of, we're turning off the road that we've been on for a long time. And we're based on decisions that we're getting from, or direction we're getting from the FAA, verbal assurances. So is that how we're going to proceed making these significant changes? Because of our last visit to Washington, what happens about the next visit? Where are the documents that say, we'll stand behind these particular criteria that we're asking you to do, and we'll stand behind them for the length of this process, because we were going to have a West Side FBO that was going to finance a lot of our project. This is significantly different. This is really different, and so and it's just happened since your meeting with the FAA, and I don't know who you met with. I don't know what the assurances were. I don't. So this is hard for me to swallow. It's reasonable. I see that it's reasonable, but that's different from should we go ahead and do this based on some people in Washington having a conference with them?
Well, Michael, this has been a challenge throughout this process, and for an airport our size, we are not getting any commitments in writing. We are not getting letters of intent signed with the FAA. Certainly, if we could get those, we certainly would be getting those, because, as you pointed out, that this is a big change, not in the overall plan. The overall plan hasn't changed. What has changed is the timing and priorities, and a lot of that has to do with the funding that's available and the timing of that funding from the FAA. And we don't get those types of commitments in writing, and so we're working with the various offices and various decision makers within the FAA to get the best indication that we can, and to make sure that we're bringing that information to you as we have it. And that information has changed throughout this process, and it's changed the timing, and it's changed the priority. And in the absence of a grant letter or that specific commitment of funding for a project, we're not able to give that to you in writing. We are able to go and try and meet with as many of the different agencies within the FAA and different decision makers within the FAA to quality check our plans, to make sure that their realities haven't changed since the last time we've talked about them, because the other issue is the amount of time that our planning processes take, right? We've been in this discussion now, the current discussion, since 2011. We're in 2015, and over that time those realities have changed, and we are not able to demand those things in writing for this process, which actually doesn't obligate us to do any of these projects either. It's a guideline and a planning document. So I wish I could tell you that we had a more certain process going forward. I feel that we've tried to do our best job of due diligence by meeting with the director of our ADO, by going to Washington and meeting with various high-level administrators from the compliance division, safety division, airports divisions, to ensure that our message is as consistent as it can be going forward.
Can I add just a couple little pieces of detail on that? The environmental assessment is a federal document. The county may be the sponsoring entity, but the EA and whatever decision is made on EA is a federal document and a federal decision. And so the scoping notice that initiates the environmental assessment will be a federal notice published in the Federal Register. And so as the FAA moves forward with its NEPA documentation, it will be examining the various alternatives that the county and others propose through the scoping process. And so that will provide the context for the federal government through the FAA to adopt a position at the conclusion of the process that this is the most sensible path forward. So it's after the FAA satisfies its NEPA obligations that it will be in more of a position to make that sort of a commitment to the scope of the project, if you will. So I think that that's worth adding as a little bit of texture.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, the difficulty, it seems to me, from a local basis is that these are significant changes to our community. They're earth-shattering in terms of our community. They're a small ripple, or even less, in Washington, D.C. And so the difficulty is, how do you tell your community that going forward, we're going to have some significant changes, and we don't really have, except maybe at the end of the EA, some sort of federal on-board participation. So it's a really difficult proposition, and to say this is the direction we're taking based on an office in Washington, D.C. that's given us a verbal assessment of what we should be doing, that is really difficult to say. That may not seem like a lot in Washington, but when it comes back here, it's translated into this is as significant a construction project and to our economy going forward for the next 20 years as any one project in the county. So that's the difficulty I have, going back to the community and saying, here's what we got from the FAA, nothing. And these are the changes we're proposing. So it's unbalanced, it seems to me.
You know, Michael, I think you raised really good points. I think they're right on in terms of community perception and going forward. I think that it is important to bear in mind that the FAA is funding 90% of the EA. And so it's not our money, quote, at risk in that classic sense. And they're going forward because they believe this is a reasonably proposed action that they then need to vet. I think it's good that, I like how you pointed out the scoping, because we know there have been some disgruntled folks out there who'd like to see a whole different type of airport FBO layout and things like that, and they could submit those plans too for the FAA to evaluate its reasonableness and its reality and things like that going forward. You know, I wish often that the world didn't change around me, but it does, and you know, we need to be able to be responsive at some level. It's always hard in my mind to get people to say, well, what's going to happen 8 years from now, or 10 years from now, or 15 years from now? And yet that's the world we live in. You know, if we could get every 20-year-old to start saving for retirement, boy, we'd be in a much better place as a society, but it doesn't happen. And I wouldn't want to be in this room in 2022 when we hear there's really no air carriers able to come into our aircraft, or we have one and there's no competition, and the prices are now, you know, $800 to go to Denver and back, and $1,200 to fly in or out and a round trip, you know, and those sort of competitive factors, ability to serve, to have a number of different airlines who can come in and serve our public, is going to be really important. And I just, you know, so yeah, we're having to take a few steps out on the ledge, but staying safe inside is not an alternative either. You know, to not move this forward in some way and start to get the questions answered. So just leave it there.
Okay, well, thank you very much for an update on all of this.
Just
Apologies
a
for running
process
late.
question. So we've got the ALP on the agenda for tomorrow. We could do a similar type presentation or an abbreviated version. Does the board have any preference at this point based on the discussion today?
George?
Well, I would do an abbreviated one. I mean, it's been televised. The public will have opportunity to view this either on Grassroots or through Granicus. And so, I mean, that would be my comment.
Michael?
Yeah, I have the opposite view, that since this is a significant change to the direction we've lined out, that we go over it again. You know, even with all the preparation we've done, looking at all the alternatives, I have yet to read a letter in the newspaper that accurately reflects any of the work we've done. They seem to incorporate an assuredness of facts that I was not aware of and haven't ever been presented here. So I don't think it hurts to have a thorough presentation for the public.
I'm kind of right in between these two folks, you know.
I'm right in the middle of this.
You know, if you could make it slightly abbreviated, it's fine. But we've had a lot of our questions answered, and being able to go through it again is not going to hurt any of us. That's what we're here for. On the other hand, I want to make sure we do it in a concise way enough that we have good discussion, and to the extent the public who does attend has questions, that would be an appropriate time, it seems to me. So, you know, I'm willing to go through it. I think we should.
And tomorrow will be the public hearing, so
Yeah.
part of what we do tomorrow could be in response to points that the public makes in the public hearing.
We'll try and thread the needle.
Okay.
I have to leave tomorrow at a certain time.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you missed me. We'll be done with this.
We take a short break.
Yeah, let's do a 5-minute break.
Probably a 10-minute break. You can't get out the door for 5 minutes.
presentation on the 2016 economic assumptions. And we don't have, are there any members of the Financial Advisory
We
Board
may
who
see
are?
some, but due to time constraints and other schedules, we may not see them. We have met with them, however.
Okay.
I'm John Redmond. I'm Finance Director here with Connie Garofalo, our Budget Director. The economic assumptions are used as the basis for a lot of our revenue projections for the next 5 years. The 4 areas which the economic assumptions affect are property tax, which is about 28% of the revenue, sales tax, which is approximately 32% of our revenue, community development fees, which are 14%, and then everyone's favorite investment income, which is less than 1% at this point. We met with the FAB about 2 weeks ago, and we talk about basically about the future and how they feel about how far out we should go and what kind of risk that we want to take. As far as risk within these 4 items, which actually comprise about 75% of the total revenue, I would say that sales tax, which was down approximately 17% in 2009, and ComDev fees also, if building were to be halted, it would be quite substantial. As an indicator, typically after the economy turns, ComDev fees go down about 18 months later. So we have a little bit of a lead time if we see that the economy is turning. I'd like to get Tom. Did we lose him?
Here he is.
I'd like to have Tom Oken talk about property tax and the indicators which affect property tax and investment income first.
Good timing.
Very good.
Hi, Tom Oken, County Treasurer. So property tax is number 3 on the chart up there. And there are 2 factors that affect our property tax projection, the revenue projection. One is the amount of new construction or actual growth in the tax base. And we just received the preliminary certification of values for next year's budget from the county assessor. And that showed a total increase in valuation from this year of almost 13%. Of that, though, the new construction piece is only 1.28%. So about 11.7% of that increase is an increase in market value. And we're only allowed to increase our revenue for the actual new construction piece. So that's our forecast for next year, 1.28% for new construction, because that's what's in the preliminary report. Typically that doesn't change much by the end of the year. The other factor is inflation as measured by the Denver-Boulder-Greeley Consumer Price Index, U. And that one is a little tougher because it's based on that inflation factor for this year is an additional amount that we're allowed to increase revenue by next year. But we don't know what this year is until February of next year. So we do have to make a projection of that. There are, and that's number 1 on the sheet, there are 2 state bodies with professional economists that forecast those under the, so the one that's significant for next year's property tax is actually 2015. The governor's office projects 2.2%. The state legislative council projects 1.4%. Typically, we've taken the average of the two, which would be 1.8%. But if you look up above, the first half of this year, and the Denver Boulder CPI is only reported twice a year. So the first half of the year was only up 1% year over year. So in order to hit 2.2% by the end of the year, the second half would have to be up 3.4%. And we said, yeah, it's not very likely that it's going to jump. So we went with the State Legislative Council projection of 1.4% for inflation this year. And both of those estimates will be updated later this month. So by the time we get into final budget, we'll probably revise it again based on what they say coming up. So adding those two together, the projected increase for property tax for next year then is 1.28% plus 1.4% or 2.7% increase. Our projections for the out years, new construction, we left at 1.3%, which is what this year turned out to be. For inflation, we take the projections of those two state forecasting agencies, the average of them, and so that's 2.7% for 2016, which affects 2017's property tax, and then 2.5% 2017. That's as far as the state economists project. So we use the forecast for the Consumer Price Index, the U.S. Consumer Price Index, for the remaining 3 years of our 5-year forecast. And those projections are 2.2% for each year, 2018 through 2020. And that results then in future forecasts of 2.7% growth in property tax for next year, 4% after that, then 3.8% in 2018, 3.5% in 2019 and 2020. Questions, comments on property tax?
Yeah, I only have a question as it relates to Tabor and the property tax, in that over the past years we've been crediting back because we were not allowed with inflation and growth to collect the full mill. What I'm trying to think through, this property taxes have, property values have gone up, say, an average of 9–10%, but we're still only able to collect the 2.7 because we're not debruced on property tax?
Correct.
Okay, and does that start to reduce that cushion of window or cushion that of the credit back? How much will we be crediting back the current mill under this sort of scenario?
I don't know the exact amount, but we have plenty of room.
Plenty of room.
Okay, the problem would be if we actually had values going down again instead of going up. So as long as values are going up in excess of the amount of inflation, we don't.
We're just.
Our credit actually that we're not using increases, so the gap increases.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
okay. Thank you for touching on that.
But I think the current gap is in excess of 30% for a drop.
Had to drop it quite a bit before it actually was a negative on the budget.
Yeah, in your final budget, I think we come to you with a graph that shows that gap. Is that right?
Okay. Thank you.
Next up is our investment earnings rate forecast. That's number 4 in the chart. And here we start with the forecast of the 91-day U.S. Treasury bill rate by a few forecasters. And to that rate, the average of that rate, we add 0.4% because we invest for a longer term than, on average, than the 91 days that Treasury bills are invested for. And the longer the term, typically the higher the rate. And you'll see for the last 3 years, we've pretty much been right on 0.4% above the Treasury bill rate, which has been 0.1% or less, actually. So in 2012, we earned 0.48%, 0.41 in 2013, and 0.49% last year. The projection for Treasury bills next year averages 0.14%, and that, adding 0.4 to that, gets us up to about a 0.5% forecast for next year. And that's pretty close to our forecast last year, which was 0.6%. Actually, that's the forecast for this year, 2015. For next year, it goes to, U.S. Treasury bills go to 0.9%. Our forecast then is earning 1.3%, and that is significantly lower than last year at this time when the projections for U.S. Treasury bill rates were higher. And what we've seen happen over the last several years going out is the forecast increase in interest rates that's always about to happen keeps getting pushed out and hasn't happened yet. And so that's happening again. So our forecast now for next year is 1.3% versus 2.2 last year, 1.9 the year after that versus 3.7, then 3.2 versus 4.1, 3.8 versus 4.1. And so it doesn't even top out as high as the prior year's forecast. So that will have an effect on our budget projections for the investment revenue. Comments, questions? Okay.
Okay.
Sales tax?
Sales tax is our next item. Year to date, and that means through June, we're up 7% over last year during the first 6 months of the year. So we're up 7. To budget, we're up 4.4%. And so what we talked about with the FAB was, where do we think we're going to be at the end of the year? Because that's going to be the starting point for these next 5 years of projections. We're looking right now at the FAB number is 5.2% above last year, which is a little bit, it's a conservative number, let's put it that way. It's under our 7%. We're uncertain about Christmas. It's a big year, a big part of the year. Christmas is 13 to 14% of the total for the year. On the other hand, we're hearing through the city, bookings are extremely strong through February, which is generally a good indicator of what's going on.
And there's El Nino.
And there's El Nino.
It could go either way.
So the FAB is saying by the end of the year, we're going to be ahead by 5.2%. And then for the out years, they're taking a little bit more conservative approach at 4.5% for 2016 and 3.5% growth on the out years. So again, these feel somewhat conservative. The city is using on a relative basis, is using 5.5% next year, which is a point ahead of us.
Which is usually where they are. They usually come in higher than.
Well, and they also do self-collection, so they
Yeah.
have a better return on some of their information.
Yes.
Am I reading this wrong though, John? When I look under sales tax, retail sales for the year, for 2016, you've got okay, I was looking at the wrong column. So you have a forecast of 4.5%.
Correct.
For 2016.
Correct.
And it seems like the earlier comment and memo is that the FAB agreed to use the Colorado average of 5.2% for 2015 projection, and then for 16 was lowered from 5 to 4.5. It seems like we should be higher than the Colorado average, using that Colorado average number. That seems like that could be a good baseline, but it seems like we should be able to punch that up 0.5% or 1%, fairly.
Actually, I don't think so, because if you think about our economy here, obviously much smaller than the state of Colorado, it's pretty mature. You know, we don't have a lot of growth potential in terms of retail sales activity unless, you know, you fill the beds more than they have been historically. We get a lot more tourists, but, you know, increases some, you know, or prices are going up substantially. But compare that to, you know, the Front Range retail and just population growth and so forth. I think the state as a whole has more growth potential for retail sales than Picken County does.
At the same time, I think we have a little more elasticity in pricing. And I think you see that in lodging. I think you see that in other goods. So.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Tom, in terms of the aggregate, in terms of looking at the Front Range, in terms of potential for more retail growth. But even if we look at Picken County as a microcosm, if you're looking at bookings are up, I'm going to assume that average nightly rates are going to be up. In terms of the shopping, in terms of the high-end stores in town and restaurants, I'm not sure how you throw that all into the mix then.
Hard to compare. That's
Rachel?
why just historically we've kind of, I mean we've had, you know, 7-8% growth in sales tax now for several years coming out of the recession, and that's kind of a recovery period. But prior to that, you know, our longer term average, actually we were forecasting like 2% or something, but it was down in the 3-4% range. And so that's why the out year forecasts have always been coming down eventually to kind of our long-term growth potential, unless you see us adding a lot of growth to tourist accommodations, and we haven't seen a lot of that coming on yet. I mean, there's, you know, Base Village eventually, but.
Right. But what it means to us in terms of our organizational budgeting, this is about retail sales accounts for about 28%.
32.
32%, because even if we're projecting over the county, it's going to go 5-something%, we only retain a small portion of that because we distributed the city of Aspen to Basalt, Snowmass. So if we were off by 0.5% or 1%, it's probably not going.
1% is worth 80,000 to us in projection, up or down.
And so then for a 5-year plan, you've got to multiply that by 5 for each percentage, because that when you put that stake in the ground at year 1, it carries through every year of the 5-year plan.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So if we're to go from 4.5% in 2016 to 5.5%, which matches the city.
400,000.
Well, yeah.
Roughly.
Roughly
4 years at
plus.
1% more.
Yeah.
Oh, don't have that one. 5 years.
Yeah, I'm comfortable staying at the projections that are here. I'd rather be pleasantly surprised with an extra 80 or 160,000 in a year than trying to cut back by that much across the length of a 5-year plan. But mostly just to respond to something you said, George, the high-end stores are a double-edged sword, because a lot of people take those shipped home. And so the more expensive the goods, the more likely that's going to be happening. And so that kind of is a leakage that we can't help.
I feel comfortable taking the conservative numbers on this too. And if we plan our whole budget on being a little more conservative, because we have some big ticket items coming along that we need to be as frugal as we can on our budget, just so we can be paying for the big ticket items and the facility stuff. So I would agree to, taking the road numbers here like you have.
Well, it would help our budget to put these up at about 10%. That'd solve all
In
our
the short
problems.
term.
Sure would look good.
In the short term.
I'm not quite sure it works that way, though.
It all depends on what the actual income is when you get down, a year from now, so.
Yeah, there is an interesting historical correlation between the direction of our sales tax and the direction of the stock market in the year prior. So every year the stock market, the US stock market that is, has dipped. We've had a negative year following the sales tax. Not proportionately to the dips, but just in direction.
Yeah.
So right now, I don't know, what's your prediction?
It's all a matter of confidence in the consumers, and if they are feeling confident, then they're going to be a little more generous when they're making their purchases, so.
Yeah, so that's a fact.
But marijuana sales could be up.
That's true.
Hey, it's more confidence in the federal government actually passing a budget for 2016, not seeing a shutdown in the next 2 months, so see where that goes.
Okay.
So I'm willing to accept these.
Yep.
For future budgeting purposes.
Yeah, and also, if you could relay our thanks to the Financial Advisory Board members for the time they put in.
So we have 2 new members, and they both bring different skill sets. And
That's
they're
great.
not afraid to speak up, so it's great.
And we will get updates throughout 2016 as to how accurate our projections have been. So
That's
we
correct.
can always modify the budget throughout the year.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So, moving on to 2014 budget results and the second quarter 2015 budget.
Yeah, we're going to cover a couple of years here. We're going to talk about last year, final numbers of last year. We'll talk about this year, year to date, and we may brush a little bit on the process for next year's budget. I think we came to you earlier with a projection of, well, over $1 million, and we have been pleasantly surprised in the final results, and I'll let you, Connie, fill in the gaps there.
So the bar graph that you see on page 4 in your packet, and that is up on the screen, it starts with the first bar in the graph showing the projections that we made last fall of what our fund balance would be at the end of 2014. And then the second bar shows what the actual fund balances were at the end of 2014. This bar graph has different colors to represent the different pots that make up our total general fund balance. Down at the very bottom, the light green section is for our Tabor Reserve, which is about 3% of revenues. And then the dark green section is our county contingency. These two pots together make up that emergency reserve rainy day fund that we like to keep and try not to touch. It has been $4 million in the past, but we are gradually increasing that to keep up with our expenditure and revenue budgets that are going up also. The yellow section is for our restricted funds. That includes a number of different pots of money, some small, some large, Veterans Memorial, Tipsy Taxi, correct education fees, Smuggler Super Fund, and so on. And then the blue section is our unrestricted general fund balance. This is what we consider operations. It's money that is there that could be used to fund projects. And the red is our capital fund balance. And so you see that we projected at the end of 2014 that we would have $16.8 million. But we finished the year about $2.3 million better than that. In our capital fund, we had approximately $1.3 million of savings in projects. A lot of that was road projects that were, some of them multi-year projects, but were concluded in 2014, and we were able to capture the full savings at that point. And the frying pan subsidence issue that took less money than what we were projecting. So all in all, you see the red section increasing by about 1.3 million. On the operations side, we had about $1 million in extra revenue that came in throughout the year. Part of that was due to receiving full PILT funding, or payment in lieu of taxes.
For 1 year.
1 year at a time.
We budgeted at a lower percentage, thinking that we weren't going to get the full funding. We were pleasantly surprised to get the full funding. So that was part of the $1 million increase. ComDev, we were expecting increases, and their fees went above and beyond what we were expecting. And so in a number of different areas, all contributed to $1 million extra in the general fund operations, which is that blue pot. However, on the bar graph, you only see about a $600,000 increase. That's because we took some of those savings and put them back into our contingency funds, which are the green section down in the bottom. So overall, positive results for 2014. This leaves us with higher fund balances than what we were expecting, which will be good going into 2016 as we have so many large projects and challenges coming up budget-wise.
And Connie, the green section, the contingency and Tabor reserve, we have tagged to a percentage?
Yes.
And do you remember what that percentage is?
Yes, the Tabor reserve is 3% of certain types of revenues, and then the contingency is 16.7% of operational expenditures.
And the recommended GFOA minimum fund balance for cash management and contingency purposes, I think they recommend having 15% in is considered a healthy fund balance. We've always wanted to carry more because of the elasticity that can exist in our fund balance. But just for the board's perspective, that green line represents healthy in terms of fund balance. So everything over that is good for additional contingencies or use.
Okay. So then moving on to 2015. We begin 2015 with the same bar that you saw on the other chart, our $19.1 million in our fund balances. Our 2015 budget, our approved budget combined with supplemental requests that have happened so far through the year, we were planning on using some of our fund balance. In our capital fund, we are beginning planning for facilities. We have an average of $2 million in road maintenance and road projects each year, our vehicle purchases, and our technology. And so all in all, we were planning on using $1.8 million of our capital fund balance in our budget. On the operations side, we were also planning on using some fund balances. We're building up capacity on the operations side in order to take on some of these large projects facing the county. Many of the increases that happened in the 2015 budget were in our BITS department, in our technology, just building up that capacity as we were transitioning between a joint department with the city and having our own technology department. So that is our 2015 budget, and then we were also planning on transferring $5.5 million from the blue section from our operations unrestricted balance into the capital fund. That's in anticipation of our large facility projects that are coming up. Then on top of that, we have our revenue projections and expenditure projections for 2015. All combined, revenue and expenditure in capital and operations, we expect to be about $500,000 better than budget for 2015. On the following pages, we show a little more detail of what that is made up of. On the revenue side, using our projection from the FAB of 5.2% sales tax better than 2014 actuals, we end up with $208,000 of additional sales tax beyond budget, and that's split between our operations and our capital. Payment in lieu of taxes actually came in less this year in 2015 than in 2014. Congress did approve full funding. However, when they got down to their actual appropriations, they did not appropriate enough for full funding, so it's about 90% of the amount.
Sequester.
But we have some additional revenues also in treasurer's fees. This is a moving target right now. We are seeing changes in these numbers day to day as we're monitoring different aspects of the county. Our community development fees right now are looking soft for the year and could end up 2015 even as much as $400,000 below budget, but we're uncertain of that number yet. So we're monitoring that and keeping an eye on it to see where it ends up. On the did you want to add?
Yeah, well, just to add to that, I think that historically, ComDev fees might slow down a little bit with the weather being adverse. However, in the last couple of years, we've seen a strong finish through the end of the year. People want to pull the permits. They want to be ready to go first thing. So we're just trying to give you a heads up that it could be under what we're showing here, which is flat. And we also believe that there's other savings that are going to come up to cover that. So the projection that we're giving you today of a $500,000 surplus, even with a turn down in ComDev, I think is pretty safe.
Yeah, because whenever we get a presentation on ComDev, we're always hearing how busy they are and building permits are going out, and we just approved a new position based on their forecast. So now, for the first time, I'm sort of hearing another story.
Yeah, it's a real challenge, George, because particularly I think the challenge is on the building side and the revenues that we're drawing in from fees on the building side. And what's happened is there's a lot more remodel activity going on than new construction and that sort of thing. And I think there's more variability in the estimated values on the remodel. And so I think we've got to take a look, we've got to continue to refine that process, because a lot of the bump that we saw last year was because we had a lot of focus on making sure we were kind of really checking those values, as far as the permit values that the fees are calculated against. I think with the number of remodels, we might be having a harder time with accurate estimates, and so that's something that we've been talking about internally is how do we fix that, or how do we support, better estimating and such on those permit values. And so I think what we're seeing is a pretty similar number, even a little higher number of permits coming through. It's the valuation side that's been dropping. So the workload's appearing to be there, but the revenues aren't. And so more to come on that. We're certainly looking at it.
Michael?
So remodels aren't considered new construction?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of
I think the issue there is variation, because you can have a remodel that is a scrape of a significant portion of the facility that's basically new construction. The remodel is new construction, but if it's just putting new finishes in, it's gonna be at a lower square footage cost than if you've scraped a significant portion as a remodel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I can see, all they have to do is classify, have 5 classifications of remodel, and put those kind of figures in, and they could easily tell. So, but that adds to the actual overall county valuation, right?
Correct.
The property tax valuation is going to reflect that increase in value. That's why people do it.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
I was just going back to the page that you're talking about, the excess. Well, just from adding the general fund revenues and the capital fund revenues, that's only about 300,000 worth of increased revenue, and you said there's about 500,000. Where's the other 200,000?
That's in expenditure savings.
Okay,
And that's on
thank
the
you.
page.
Okay.
Yeah. The ComDev revenues are, there's 3 components. You've got planning, which is for the most part an hourly or fixed fee. Environmental health is also by statute kind of a fixed thing. So it really gets back to building, which is it's based on a percentage based on evaluation. And evaluations have fluctuated from 2012 through 2015. 2012, they were down around, on average, $472 a foot. It went up into the 500s in 13. It was, I think, $675 last year. Year to date, it's down to $471. Now, you have the devil's in the details. I think last year there were about 32 single-family permits, which included some jobs in Carbondale and in Meredith, where you're down to the $200 range. And so we have to look at year-to-date in ComDev now is about 32 projects, so they're tracking ahead in terms of the number of jobs. But the valuations have been lower, and we're taking a look at those just to see what's going on.
Moving on to page 7 and 8 in your packet, this shows a rough estimate year-to-date of our expenditure savings. On the operations side, we're expecting to see savings of around $434,000. But we do include some budgeted savings, just because we know we always will have something, some vacancies or some kind of savings that come up. We budgeted $260,000 in savings, so the net between those two is $174,000. Then on the capital side, here I'm only showing $50,000 in savings from roads. However, I just learned this morning that Jody in facilities is expecting to have about $227,000 in savings from facility projects that will not be completed at this time. So as I said, it's a moving target. We're monitoring both the expenditures and revenues on a weekly, even a daily basis, trying to keep a tap on it, especially as we're moving into 2016. We really are try to get as accurate as possible of a projection, because that's then our basis of where we're going with our 2016 budget and what level of fund balance we have to start that process as we're going into some very large facilities and capital projects coming up in the future. So questions on anything?
Well, so the savings that Jody has let you know about this morning, those are just projects that aren't going to happen this year, but they're not projects that have been canceled in 2016? Are they rollovers?
They're not carry-forward projects. If something is expected to carry forward, I don't count it as savings.
Okay, so they're all canceled projects.
The areas that she is looking at is, for example, a budget that was put in for a remodel, a small office remodel, and that remodel is not going to happen.
Okay, things like that.
Or some plumbing money that she had set aside for one of the buildings, that they were able to absorb that in their ongoing maintenance costs, and they didn't need the capital budget.
Okay.
So they are actual savings.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Looks like we're in good stead.
So overall,
Yeah.
we have good news, both for 2014, and we are expecting to do better than budget in 2015. So again, positive news for us.
So nice to hear after those years of blood, sweat, and tears.
Now,
Yeah, well, let's
Now,
not make it too
let's-
easy.
Let's get into the blood.
Now, as John has said many times, budgets can be difficult when the perception is things are great. And I would have to be honest with you, what we're looking at today, it's as challenging as it was back in 9 and 10. And obviously we're doing a big project, which is putting some pressure on. But there's also, the nature of the county is to maximize the services that we provide. And so employees are trying to do that through FTEs and other things. And it's making it a real challenge for this year. And as we come to you next month, you'll hear an interesting story.
You won't be as nice to us next month?
We've got some challenges
They're
coming
gonna
up.
spend it all. That's what they're calling us. They got ways to spend it already. Very good.
But it's gonna be a challenging 5-year budget cycle again, and as John said, it's because we've got
A lot going
a
on.
lot of major projects that, we've put off for a while, and it's allowed us to build up some of the fund balances and such, and, we're also experiencing a lot of operating pressures at the same time we're trying to do that, and there's just not enough to address both. So this year's budget is gonna have a lot of what we couldn't do that departments wish we could.
Michael?
Also, isn't the lesson from 2008 that things aren't steady, that they seem to be precipitous, that all our projections are 5-year projections with various increments going forward. But in the real world, at least the lessons learned from recession are, it happens overnight. And then you start chopping away at the budget. And so the clouds on the horizon are the economic slowdown in China and the added burden that first of all, have really recovered, and now they're dealing with an influx of immigrants that's a challenge to their income. So those are, it could snap just like that.
So when we talk about a 5-year plan, it's like two lenses I'm looking. I'm looking at a 5-year and I'm looking at a 1-year. And then what's the context of the 1 year? Are there changes that we can make? We may be doing planning today about next year. There may be changes that we establish just in the process of the next 3 months. And it isn't particularly reasonable to think that the stock market turned in March of 2009 and we're almost 2016. Is it reasonable to think that's going to go on forever? No. So you're correct. It's not. Things can change quickly, but I think some of our revenues, specifically property tax, is not something which is going to change in the next. It'll change 3 years out. Sales tax we see immediately. ComDev, maybe the spec buildings go away, but a lot of people think that it's a great time to do business, to build, because the perception is that prices are down, labor prices are down, commodity prices are down. So it's not quite like home builders per se.
And our out-year projections on revenues do take into consideration that there will be dips. Otherwise we might budget 7% each year for our sales tax increase, but we know that there very well could be one of those years where there is a dip, and if you kind of average out where you might be up stronger or down more, we think that the 3.5% is maybe a good average between that. So rather than trying to predict, we think we'll be down this year and up this year, for the out years, it works fairly well to average.
Yeah, I understand the average. I'm just saying lesson learned, which it's not an average,
and that is precipitous. So you have the foundations for Whole Foods go up in a fairly short time, and then stay empty for 5 years. That's the lesson I came away from it. So we could be projecting for this new building, and overnight.
And what we talk about in response to that is, you know, yes, we're being planful, we're looking at the 5-year impacts based on what we know today, but it's also important that we be agile, that we be in a position that, you know, we're able to change from those plans, because as you say, it can change around you pretty quick, and we've got to be agile in making those changes. And the discussion we just had prior to this on the airport is another example of things changed on us really pretty quickly, and we're trying to be agile in responding to those changing environments. What you're talking about is global changes that can affect us very quickly, and again, it's just more connected than it used to be 10, 15
Yeah, I mean, that's the lesson I learned, at least I absorbed from the recession, that it isn't gradual up and it isn't gradual down. It can be, but it's precipitous down. That's all. And that's a hard thing to learn. Because that hadn't happened really in my experience in Aspen before.
I think that what happened in 2008 was a very, very large drop compared to even what happened in 2001. And I do think it was a game changer in terms of how we think about things.
Yeah. You know, I'm not sure if I can remember exactly, but it seems that in one of those presentations during that time period, Tom Oken had said, you know, as bad as this drop was, it really wasn't as bad as when we've had a bad snow year. You know, in terms of the county revenues when we've had a total snow drought, and how that could affect our economy as well. So, you know, there's a lot of vulnerabilities to being a resort community, and that's part of why we suggested continuing to raise the reserve lines a little bit as we go forward, rather than just keep them as a constant that they used to be in our budget.
And that was, in 1977, was the largest previous drop. It was 9%. So we saw that as the maximum. Well, 2009 it went to 17%. I think for us that was the big surprise. So.
What if you had two together? I mean,
for me, it's kind of a question of when you look at the fund balances. I think 3 of you were here saying, okay, we're not going to panic yet. We're willing to fund $1 million worth of deficit. And I think it's going to be an interesting discussion when it happens, because we do know it is going to happen at some point. It's just a question of what year. Do we act differently, maybe faster in making changes? I think in some ways we will. But at the same time, I think we'll say, okay, we're willing to put this much for a year or two, maybe the discussion, because this could go longer. But at the same time, how we've created this fund balance is being conservative. And the question is, have we allowed those funds to accumulate because we've been so conservative? It's kind of a tricky balance to hit. Any questions about budgets?
Can't wait to get started.
We appreciate your next 3 months.
I know, can't wait.
In advance.
Yes.
Yeah, in advance, we'll be thanking you several times.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate all your hard work on all this stuff. I'm glad it's you who know how to do it instead of me trying to figure out how to do it. Oh, where's the sheet I want? Okay, future agenda items. John?
Yeah, I'll try and be quick, because I know we're needing to catch up a little bit. Next week, we'll be adding an exec on Tuesday, just to keep rolling through some of the discussions that we haven't been able to go through on negotiations and property acquisitions. We unfortunately have had Susan out with an illness over the last little over a week, so we haven't been getting the joint meetings scheduled and on the agenda, so we're a little bit behind on that. Hopefully we'll catch up when she comes back. And that's really all I have on the future agendas right now.
So we had that Lake County meeting scheduled or tentatively in Leadville this year, is that right?
Yeah, we tried to do it at Twin Lakes, but apparently the restaurant was closed during that time, so yeah.
Waited a little too long.
Yeah. I didn't realize they closed after.
After the people went away?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, is anybody else going to the wildfire conference that we need to post it? I'm going.
I'm not going. That's this week, isn't it?
It's the 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th.
No, I'll be out of town.
Yeah, I've registered, so I'm definitely going.
I'll be there.
Is anybody figured?
I've got some conflicts and I've been trying to go, but I'm not sure yet whether I'm going to make it, because I do have some time conflicts.
I might have a conflict. I think Thursday doesn't start till the afternoon or evening, so I'll have a conflict. I just haven't seen the agendas yet.
George?
I noticed, John, when our session on September 23rd, where we're moving over to City Council chambers, we have to be out by 4 p.m. It didn't really show on future agendas how many consent items and first reading items was going to be on there. So,
Short agenda right now.
The short agenda.
And we're going to try and keep it
okay.
shorter.
Yeah.
I also noticed that we don't have on future agendas presentation on the Healthy Community Fund grants.
I know they're in the process of reviewing those right now, because I just talked to Nan about it today, so I'll see what their timeline is. The city, this is one of the challenges, I think, because we've typically done that jointly in October. The city staff had contacted the pod and said that they did not need to have those presentations as part of their budget this year, so we're going to have to roll it into our budget calendar.
They're just going to give them the money?
Well, I think they're still working through the process as far as how
they're going to.
Yeah.
And then, I'm sorry, the last thing is, I think, as you said, when Susan starts trying to set up some of our joint jurisdiction meetings, I think we should get basalt on there fairly early, and I'll talk about that in open discussion. But
George, Jeanette and I looked over we were talking about what happens if we run over 4 o'clock when we're at the city council. And one possibility is we could always move back over here to finish the meeting. She was looking into using the other room there at City Hall, but I don't think Granicus has, they can't film in there, so. We thought, we could, if we need to, we can decide right then if we have to move out. But then it looked like a really short agenda in terms of things that are carrying forward for consent things and whatnot. Okay. Next up, we have the referral letter to Eagle County regarding the Field subdivision.
Yeah, thank you. I have some pictures here to help. I'd like to have a look. Eagle County has asked us for referral comments on the Field subdivision sketch plan application. Comments are due to Eagle County staff on September 10th. So once again, it's a really short turnaround. The 10th is, I think, on Thursday. Is that right? Yep. The applicants are requesting to rezone a 19-acre property, which you can see on the front page of that two-sheet set. 19 acres, they want to rezone from rural residential to residential multifamily, subdivided into 68 lots to develop 98 homes, including 26 single-family homes and 72 duplex homes. So on the back side of that front sheet, you can see the proposed subdivision layout, the 68 lots, some of which would have single-family homes and others duplex homes. So the property is located in the Elgibel area. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this location, but it is north and west of Crown Mountain Park, just down valley of Crown Mountain Park. It's about 3/4 of a mile down valley from the Elgibel East Valley Road intersection. So that's the intersection where the Eagle County Community Center is.
Was this the old Fitzsimmons site?
I don't know if Fitzsimmons was ever an owner. I don't know that I saw that in the...
No, it's not
I
Fitzsimmons.
don't think
It's
so.
not that site.
It's down farther from there.
It is lot 5, I think, of what was called the Arlean subdivision, subdivided in the early 80s. And it looks to be, if I had to guess, the fathering parcel of that subdivision. It appears to be currently functioning as a small agricultural operation, irrigated meadows, horse shelter, shop, hay barn, several bunkhouses, potato cellar, etc. And so staff has prepared the referral letter that was in your packet, identified several issues, ultimately recommending denial of the sketch plan as proposed. I don't know how many of you had a chance to look at the referral comments. Would you like me to run through the issues in the event that you didn't have a chance? Yeah.
I'd like to for the public.
Okay. And I also have some copies of that if you want to look as we...
I have one.
Okay, I think I have 5 here.
I think you have it on the...
Yes,
in the
it was
packet.
in your packet.
It's in the packet.
Okay,
Yeah.
for anyone who needs
You
an
guys
extra
have
copy.
it?
Yeah,
So,
it's in our packet. Unless it's something different than what I've read.
no, it is the same. That was just in case someone needed a copy. The most significant issue is the urban-suburban density that's being proposed outside of the Basalt urban growth boundary. And the impacts of the proposed dense development, they're proposing 5 units to the acre, on neighborhood character, services, traffic, and safety on Highway 82, and particularly at the 2 intersections on Highway 82 that are in close proximity to the proposed development. I'll go into detail on those, but in addition to those concerns, there's concern about impacts to the Roaring Fork School District, particularly when you look at the cumulative impacts coming down the pike in light of several large developments that are currently in the pipeline, including as yet built development in Willits. There's the Shadow Rock townhomes in close proximity, and of course then there's the proposed Ace Lane Tree Farm just up valley of this site. Who knows whether that will be approved ultimately or not, but there's a lot of development coming down the pike in this particular location. And so as far as the traffic implications go, those are really significant. I think you probably know about the failing level of service at the intersection of East Valley Road and Highway 82. There at the Eagle County, where the Eagle County Community Center is located. That's at a level of service of D or E, not in great shape. There's not, apparently not funding immediately available to improve that intersection. The developers are proposing actually as an alternative to use of that intersection to directing the 700 or so additional daily trips, traffic trips, to use the intersection at JW Drive, I think it's called. That is the access that accesses Blue Lake subdivision across the highway. And it is currently unsignaled.
Horrible intersection.
Horrible intersection.
Had horrible fatalities there.
They are proposing to direct traffic to that intersection and to add a signal to make it a more safe intersection. That signal is not identified on the Highway 82 access control plan for that area, and because CDOT, Basalt, and Eagle County were not at the time anticipating additional development in that area, so it was not contemplated or planned for. In addition, we have concerns about adding 700 daily traffic trips to that area on Highway 82, regardless of how they access 82. Clearly, there are implications for adding a light, slowing down traffic in an already congested area, and adding cumulative impacts of air quality impacts and just quality of life for those traveling in that corridor on a daily basis is probably not going to be improved with the addition of that much traffic. Again, looking at the big picture there and all the development that is currently being contemplated. It's also more than a quarter of a mile from the transit station that's readily accessed on that side of the highway. That is beyond the distance that is typically considered usable. People are probably going to get in their cars rather than use mass transit. There's a closer transit stop at Blue Lake, but using that stop requires the closest access to that stop is the intersection that is at JW Drive and is currently extremely unsafe. So
that transportation, that parking lot's generally full, isn't it? So if people even drove their cars to the parking lot at the signalized intersection, is there even places that they're going to be able to park?
That I can't tell you, but
It's always full. It's not just sometimes full.
It's always full.
It's always full.
yeah.
So where are they going to drive to park?
But yeah, and then
they could get to it.
Having spoken with the town of Basalt, they have a lot of concerns about this development of this parcel at this density. They actually recommended that the Mid-Valley, Eagle County's Mid-Valley Master Plan show this parcel at a rural residential level of development density, because it does provide a transition from the more urban area up valley to the more rural area down valley. And unfortunately, the Eagle County Master Plan did not heed Basalt's advice and shows it as at a higher density for future development. But Basalt is also concerned because not only is it out of their urban growth boundary in terms of neighborhood character, they prefer to see it as a more rural development, but they also are concerned about the service needs that will be generated by this kind of density for the town, because as a practical matter, the town is right there. When there's a need for police,
they respond.
Service, they do respond, and so they would prefer to have this level of development within their urban growth boundary. So that's a snapshot of the issues that are identified in the letter, and based on those issues, staff has recommended that they deny the application as it's currently proposed at sketch plan phase.
God, it's pretty crazy.
I would completely agree with opposing this. I'm philosophically opposed to the Arlean Ranch when it was subdivided, that's where Blue Lake came from. That was part of their ranch.
Okay.
So this ranch has already generated Blue Lake.
I didn't know
And
that.
then various smaller, sort of semi-rural, partly agricultural home sites. The community already, it's already done its subdivision in my mind, and to take one of the subdivided lots and create this on it, to me, is not right. It's just somebody, a greed factor from a new owner of that land buying it and wanting to try to maximize their personal income
An enormous amount of density.
to the
I mean,
detriment of the whole community. So
This looks like a rural.
I would have to say I'm opposed to it. I don't want any more traffic lights on Highway 82 either. If you're driving a big vehicle like a loaded stock trailer or a school bus or a dump truck or any bigger, heavier vehicle, it's getting harder and harder to drive through the Roaringburg Valley because you have to slow down way in advance of a light just in case you have to stop. Therefore, you get caught by the light because you're going slower.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Rachel?
I'm agreed with your comment in many ways. I don't know if it would make a difference to them about it being subdivided off and already being the fathering parcel of Blue Lake, but perhaps that's worth including. That, in many ways we felt the subdivision of this was already done. And I don't know what the definition of large lot is, and that's awkward. I don't know, so I don't know that we should be in the position of suggesting a number that's appropriate. I think that would be wrong. But I think that, we might want to say we consider large lot to be, no more than 1 per 2 acres or 1 per, whatever. I really don't know what we would look at as large lot in our community. But, separate from that, I think it's really important to just beef up the severity of the language a little bit. That intersection is severely hazardous. This will absolutely push to another traffic light, which will interfere with BRT operations and the expressway, which you've detailed, but I would just use some stronger language related to, the extreme hazards there. And, we're already struggling to see if we can fund one underpass where there's bad pedestrian crossings. This could really be worse. The other comment I have is on your affordable housing at the end, saying that if it should go forward, you think it should really be capped. I mean, clearly, lot size does not control resale values in this marketplace. But I would add the words low to moderate income affordable housing. We don't want this to be all RO or some new category 7s, type of thing that they can come up with. So those are my main comments. I just would like to make sure we're putting in as strong a language as possible, that we strongly recommend denial. It's very out of character for the valley and the efforts that have been made within the valley for community character, preservation of agriculture, those sort of things. And the last thing I guess I'd say is this sketch plan is so old school, it's not even funny. It is, it's not a walkable neighborhood. Walkable neighborhoods have more of a grid pattern or something so you can cut through neighbors' lawns to get to highway access. It has no discernible playgrounds of any significant
There's a little one over
value.
there.
Oh yeah, you see I know, but that's for that many homes. It's not even as big as, literally one of their 98 home lots, barely. It's just extra space that they didn't use. It's a really poorly planned neighborhood in terms of walkability or any sort of transit use.
So Ellen, what would happen, let's say Eagle County Community Development heeded the advice of their neighbors and denied the sketch plan. Would that just mean that the applicant would then have to come back and resubmit a different sketch plan, perhaps changing some of the size, density, amenities based on the comments?
I don't know if I'm not familiar enough with the Eagle County subdivision process, but typically sketch plan is intended to identify issues, and I don't know if the applicant could then remedy the concerns raised and come in with a preliminary plan that addressed those issues, or whether they'd have to come back through sketch plan phase again. I don't know.
I guess the other stronger comment I would also include is that it's just at this point in the Mid-Valley, it's totally inappropriate to be upzoning large parcels of land at this point, given all the potential, all the existing approvals that have already been given, and there's a thought, and in addition to those that are pending right now under review. You know, it's unfortunate. I think Eagle County is viewing the Roaring Fork Valley similar to as they view Eagle Valley, which is nonstop development.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe we should be putting Eagle County on our earlier
Yeah.
meeting as well.
But this project in itself could generate the need for one daycare facility. I mean, just in
Yeah.
this project alone. And they're already, I mean, the daycare issues have gotten even worse because of what happened up at the community school, and they closed their preschool program.
Yeah,
So
the-
it brought a lot of kids that had to go down there for childcare.
I was just thinking that I would take the services section and bullet point it by the agencies that will be affected. So, because you outlined so well verbally, all that the school district may have to absorb with already approved projects, let alone potential projects. The child care comment is very serious. You know, the city has, someone had reached me to find out about the origins of the yellow brick and how we bought it, whether they can expand it, and, you know, was parks money used and things like that, because they are facing the child care shortage so severely there. And then, of course, you have the salt services. So I think anyone whose services be affected. And this would also affect the RAFTA services. There's no parking spaces already. The traffic light would slow BRT, you know, on like that.
Plus, if they put that signal in, the bus stop in Blue Lake is a couple blocks into Blue Lake, so you'd have to cross the street to do that. They'd have to create a new bus stop at that intersection. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of issues. And when you say in here, proposed development may have a significant impact on Basalt's police service,
Will.
I would say will have. Yeah.
Yeah, domains, yeah.
And the town is often the first responder. I think it's more than often. I mean, when you drive the road, it's the Basalt police that respond first. You know, maybe the Eagle County Sheriff, who might be somewhere in that vicinity.
Or maybe
will show up
most
first.
often, you know,
Yeah.
but occasionally you'll see an Eagle Sheriff.
Yeah,
car
but
out.
generally, I mean, Basalt responds. It's going to be a huge impact to them and to the fire department down there.
Yeah,
Because they're in the,
they are in the fire district.
they're in that district.
Right, correct, right. Thank you for
I mean,
that.
it's a huge amount of development in an area that just doesn't have any safe ingress, egress. And it's scary.
Thanks for seeing that and responding so quickly for
Yeah.
us.
Michael?
You know, we've met this challenge a couple of times with no letters. You know, we have to do something different. We have to get Eagle County and Basalt and Mid-Valley Planning, whoever it is, together. And because the pressure's on Eagle County for growth. And they don't have any way of dealing with it. So a letter from Pickens County, where a lot of those jobs are being generated for, that's what I assume here, is, you know, saying no, going further down the road isn't gonna work. So there has to be another solution, which is Eagle County, Basalt, you get together, you form a planning region that you can deal with. But this is not a good position to be in.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what the mechanism is, but we need to be able to encourage those jurisdictions to deal with this.
We could fool them and send a letter saying, yes, we support it, really shock them, and maybe that'll get some attention.
But I think we need to be more positive about the direction that the valley's going and say no.
We could put that in this letter. We recommend that you create a...
Or encourage regional.
Greater regional planning. I mean, to me, and playing off your comment, Michael, I think you're right on. this is becoming an unincorporated town. This is Edwards. You know, Edwards is not a town. It is Edwards, but it's an unincorporated part of the county. And this is effectively becoming larger than an incorporated town. So this is becoming an unincorporated town without urban growth boundaries. And that's just unacceptable in the Roaring Fork Valley. It's not how we're trying to develop as a group. But that's how I see it. It's becoming a growing, unincorporated town.
Right, and so I'm asking the jurisdictions of Basalt and whoever else can get together and say, listen, this is our area, this is our planning district, and we will have control over it. And there will be limits to that growth, some of which we've cited. But as long as we just keep citing them without any general agreement, it's going to keep happening.
There was a, Eagle County did do a Mid-Valley long-range plan, master plan, and I forget, I know they identified certain areas surrounding Pickens County and looked at along the 82 corridor, but I forget what that plan really stated in terms of future potential growth.
They called this area the Elgibel Community Center. And at the same time, this area is located within the Basalt Master Plan's 3-mile area, which they are charged with planning for by state statute. So Basalt actually commented on the Eagle County's Mid-Valley Plan and their reference to this area as a community center that was going to be more dense than Basalt had identified it as being in their 3-mile plan. Unfortunately, the Eagle County Master Plan did not reflect Basalt's recommendations. So this area is planned for under 2 different planning documents that don't coincide, don't work together.
How old is the Eagle one?
Not very old. Two years at the most.
Well, but I think that should be pointed out, and so this is a soft spot in the valley, and the soft spot is attracting this development.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is jurisdiction shopping.
Yeah. And it needs to be unified. And, the planning department can I would make a suggestion as how to deal with it. Not just no, 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 but this is a positive way of dealing with that kind of growth when you have jurisdictions in proximity in terms of geography, but in distance in terms of planning processes.
We can certainly recommend that they have a more regional, cooperative regional approach to planning in areas like this. And
I
I
thought
forget if we came out with any outcomes with our joint meeting with Basalt and Eagle County in regarding to growth or impacts. We didn't really have any outcomes on that.
We didn't really talk through those items so much as I think some of the specific impacts that interests in the Basalt area were concerned with, like childcare and.
So maybe just to piggyback off on Michael's comments, we've already we started preliminary long-term goals for the Mid-Valley with Eagle County and Town of Basalt, and we need to continue that to try to address this ongoing issue in terms of overdevelopment in the Mid-Valley. I mean that's sort of a positive.
Yeah, because I don't want to be, we're just going to say no, no, no going down the road, right? So I'd like a jurisdiction or a planning group or something we can make positive decisions about the Mid-Valley instead of being challenged by every single proposal that comes their way.
it's a great idea.
Would the board want to participate in a regional planning organization? Can Eagle handle this one?
Yeah, I would.
Just to expand the reach of it? And
Just to make sure that some of our ideas can be incorporated in the plan. Pickens County's been a successful county. Other people say it isn't successful because it cries for development on your doorstep, so.
And I think we started that, that was the intent of that first meeting that we had with Eagle County Commissioners and Town of DeSalle trustees is to continue to do some long-range strategic planning. And, we started that process, and of course, we need to follow up and continue. And I think Town of DeSalle and I think Eagle County Commissioners would, at that time, were very receptive in terms of being able to continue discussions on some strategic planning for the Roaring Fork Valley, for our communities.
And John, this is kind of like your issue of, bringing together regional entities, which Northwest COG, all three are members of COG, might be a good project. They could use Northwest COG to help facilitate as part of their member dues.
Yeah, isn't there a small grant each year for that allows you facilitation?
Yeah, but you get time, and this is another one of those regional issues that, and with all three all three jurisdictions being members. Yeah, 'cause I don't,
Yeah.
but hopefully by the time we get something organized, they won't have got 4 more huge development projects coming through. Basalt is just getting slammed.
Yeah.
Well, Basalt will be, I just saw their draft letter, and they are adamantly opposed to this proposal.
I can't imagine the neighbors, either across the street or up valley or down valley, think this is going to be a great.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I got some good feedback. At the moment, this letter is coming from staff with a statement that the Board of County Commissioners has reviewed it. If it could be reformatted to come directly from you, but I don't know how important that nuance is, but
It's not a nuance, it's significant.
significant. So would you prefer to have it formatted for your signature? Yes, okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Then I can turn it around with some modifications and get it to you since you're meeting tomorrow, right? For signature at some point. Does that
I'll
work?
be in on Thursday also and could sign.
That might be better.
If you just need the
Signature.
chair's signature, if you want all of our signature.
No, I think the chair's fine.
Is that all right with you? Okay, yeah, so let's plan on that. I will modify it and change the format for your signature and get it to you, Steve, Thursday. Thank you.
Is it too early? Is it not appropriate to then CC Eagle County BOCC?
I don't think there's any reason not to CC them. We'll send it to staff and, sure, we can CC the
Give my heads up now.
Eagle County manager and ask the manager to forward it to the board. I think that would be the.
That raises a really funny thought for me, George, and I've kind of thought about it a few times, and just to mull over, no decision now. But at some point where we might want to, submit a letter like that as a letter to the editor and say this was originally addressed to, and allow, a little greater communication with the public about what's happening in their backyard for folks who may or may not have been paying a lot of attention to it. I mean, in a way, ours are up here at a technocrat level, comments to this board and back to that board, but they're very rarely real communications with the public. And again, we can all think about it, but it may be something we want to start submitting these as letters to the editor when we're making comments on items outside of our jurisdiction.
Okay, yeah. I think if that's all, all your comments, thank you.
Thank you for your work on this one.
You're welcome.
I can't believe the density. It still makes me want to throw up.
All right, great.
If it was in a city, it'd be fine.
Yeah. If it had ingress egress, people weren't going to be dying on the highway.
Yeah.
All right, now we're down to open discussion items.
Yep, and I will defer, I know we're running short on time, so I don't have a lot of updates. I defer to John, I know he's got a letter that he wanted to go over with you guys.
I do, Bob. I was just gonna shoehorn myself in at the end if the board had other things you were having open discussion on that you wanted to do first.
George?
I have one that probably pertinent while John is here, regarding the kayak park. That it's, there's a site visit this afternoon, and it goes before town council for first reading tonight. And I just browsed through really quickly the ordinance. And so as part of that resolution, there'll be some things that the applicant, us, that we will have to be complying with: signages, 4 extra parking places, an emergency ramp, and there may be a few other things. But I was going to go down there tonight and to, with the board's approval or support, is to let town council know that what we would like to do is collaborate with them, work with them in terms of working towards a public process to try to address a lot of issues and concerns that certainly the community will have, that no one has really had an opportunity to start. And so we would partner with them in that public process. And as we move forward, I would say there's really no timeline on our end in terms of having to do anything. And so the process would then drive in terms of the timing and the extent of what this park would look like, and also looking at future funding opportunities.
And can I add to that? I think it might be worth discussing doing a collaborative effort, but actually maybe contracting with somebody to help manage that public process, so that we're not burdening either staff on either side. Just to bring someone in on a short-term contract and somehow split the funding for that or something with Basalt. I think Basalt's too busy, and our staff, we don't, would be Lisa. And I don't know if she's got the ability or the time to do that. And I just think that would be helpful for both parties to have somebody kind of overseeing the public process.
Yeah, my comment is, your comment is accurate to the extent that how would I say it, the surrounding features can still be designed and move forward on any timeline. But the features in the river have to go in the river during the permit period with the Corps of Army Engineers, the first item. And I have read some of the concerns as well in the paper that, well, if you have the features before you have, a safe stairway, will somebody trip and injure themselves on the way down there and things like that. So I agree with what you're saying and what you're saying, and it's how to come up to an agreement of a process for the design work. In some ways it kind of makes sense. It's like building trails on a college campus. You see where the students walk, and then you put the trail there rather than put the sidewalks in first and hope they work there. So I can see that it's something that could evolve some over time, but there would need to be phasing of different amenities to begin with, so at the very beginning, when people are going to try to get in the river, whether it's officially open or not, no one can keep people from the river. How would you answer their questions on those things? But I think committing to a process of joint design work to the extent they're comfortable with that process as they have to make final approvals, or would they rather keep us as a pure applicant and design with community input by having some community outreach meetings down there? But I think that hiring one individual with design experience and processes to kind of oversee that design work, and it's even overseeing it both to get the Basalt approvals, of course, and then also to become the application to a GOCO grant. So getting someone experienced early on about the features and the amenity and what needs to be in that plan makes sense to me.
We had several years ago, when we first talked about this kayak park, we had a consultant, a design team that came in and did a sort of a proposal for us. And I think sort of a starting point for a joint meeting with the town of Basalt, that might be beneficial this fall to bring in that consultant, just to show them some of the ideas and potential of what a park could look like as a kicking off point for sort of a public process. And that's something we could do, we could bring to the table.
But I think if you approach the council members that they would be receptive to hiring somebody to help them with help us with the public process and the design process.
Michael?
But isn't the real agreement then, so if the precipitating event is some structures in the river, and what Basalt is looking for is a complete park of some sort, are they going to agree to pay for that portion? And that's the real rub there, is all of a sudden the structures in the river become a catalyst for Picken County to pay for an entire arena here, or what? That's going to be the argument, because that's what the community wants, or at least the letter.
That one letter said who's going to pay for it.
Well, that precipitates this, this, and this, and this, and this, and Basalt's going to say, go ahead, Picken County. I mean, that's the real problem, isn't it? So we have to decide what we're going to pay for.
I agree, but I think that that's a part of a process that's going to be unveiled, because I don't see it as an all one step, here's the new large project, yes, as you're saying, and you're right, it's very important to keep expectations in line with what's reality, but I think you can certainly develop something that's a phased approach and gives the community of Basalt time to grow into certain elements and decide, do they want more here, would they like this done this way. I thought the major issues myself were more about parking, traffic control on the river road, cleanup. Is there going to be a trash facility to be dumped? Things like that, and personal safety, as opposed to the amenities of a larger park at this time. And I will say, I've always perceived this as something where the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund would be a large participating partner in that, whether it's just in the water or on the banks as well. But we have applied before and were turned down for a GOCO grant. They encouraged us to come back in later when the plans were further along and we actually had the RISD in hand. And I think that that's where I'd like to pursue a lot of the outcome. Basalt residents pay into the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund through that sales tax and portions of Basalt. And when they shop in those portions of Basalt, and I'm not drawing a hard and fast line to say, well, our money can't be used in there because it's more of a water park amenity, as opposed to it can be used on the restoration of the Crystal River. I think that they're all good competing values, and we do have funding sources, and it is important to have a good concept of how far those resources can and should go into the project. It's not an open, unended budget, but I don't want to see those issues become the stumbling back to actually activating the RISD and starting to have that in place and moving forward on this project.
Anyway, George, go to the meeting and talk.
Can you remind me, John, I'm sure that this question will come up, because I asked this the last time we had this discussion, why we wouldn't have the ability to delay this for a year, to do the structure next fall, and that way we're not sort of getting ahead of the town of Basalt and their concerns?
We can. It's our project as far as the water work, clearly, at least what's anticipated, and that the collaborative work is going to be the stream side improvements and the work that would be done for traffic control would be the town's work, assumedly. The advantage of going in now is that we have two competing bidders, so the chances are, strong chances are, is we'll get a better price to do the actual work to be done. We also have a valid 404 permit from the Army Corps that expires January 16th, I believe the date is, of 2016. So that would have to be. I don't think we could get it extended complete year, we may have to reapply again. We did it once before, and we got the permit, we could do it again. It just adds, cost to the project. And a little bit of uncertainty, because you never know when you're coming out of the federal review process what you're going to get. We've got it in hand right now. The other thing is that the river flows are coming down significantly as anticipated, and so being in the river this fall represents a good opportunity just from a hydrologic point of view. El Nino is setting up, and who knows what we'll get next year. So there's a little uncertainty there.
All right, thanks.
So it's not that you can't do it, it's just that everything is available to take advantage of this year if we want to. And I totally understand the comments. I was down in Basalt with the folks down there, and the police department comments and the fire department comments were kind of competing against each other. But the idea that they didn't want to create an attractive nuisance during that interval of time before the streamside improvements are set up is, it's a legitimate concern. I get it. It's, we can respond to that. My comment back at the time I first heard it was, I don't want the public to get the idea that this is the finished product, that, it's a couple of schlocky stairs down either end of these wave structures, and that's all it's going to be. And on the other hand, I wouldn't want it to sit dormant for a couple of years, because you never know how long things are going to take to reach a conclusion in a public process standpoint. But I always thought also that the streamside improvements represented the greatest opportunity for public input to design the function of getting people in and out of the river, whether they're kayaking or fishing or whatever, and allow the greatest planning and development variables that the public really would be served to have, to be participants in that and come up with something that is acceptable to the residents at large.
So, John, those structures are being planned strictly on a hydrologic basis? In other words, this is the best part of the river, or the river that affords the most opportunity, and so that's why we're placing them here.
Right. There really isn't too much of a question as to the where or the how, and the why should be patently obvious, and if not, we can reiterate that this afternoon. Really the only decision point is whether or not to do it. If you're going to do it, here it is. If you're not going to do it, then
Okay, so that wouldn't necessarily be part of a greater planning process.
no. And I've been talking to the planners in Basalt again. Talked about integrating this structure or this location with other locations further down the river, leading up to eventually to Old Town Park where the taqueria used to sit, and the potential is very nice. And one of the comments was, well, I think the next structure should be here, and then maybe a third one there. And I said, well, that just doesn't work out that way. 'Cause the river will tell you where it's going to go. You can't just battle the forces of nature indefinitely or just headlong. You have to work with what the river presents us. And so the location that has been identified for these structures is very much the product of that. In fact, we started out wanting to put this on Pickens County-owned property associated, proximate to the Fisherman's Park, upstream a little bit better, and we wouldn't have had to acquire additional land and so forth and so on. But it just was not feasible from a hydrologic and topographic look of the river channel. And to try to do it in any other place than this would just require us to rip the living heck out of that river and make a mess.
So the commitment then would be the placement, we'd like to place it based on a hydrologic study in this location, and we commit to a full planning process with the town of Basalt and its citizens for all the other
Components.
components.
Yes.
Right, just say that, I mean, if you can. And we welcome, the best possible outcome. And maybe not mention cost sharing.
Yet.
Yeah.
I threw that in.
I keep
just-
trying to prime that pump myself whenever I get a chance.
Okay.
Okay.
If the board I'd like to take advantage of some time tomorrow and open discussion. It looks like we have a fairly light agenda. My intent was to put something on the agenda anyway, but ended up by being out a little longer last week than I thought I would be with this foot thing. And what it is a draft letter to be sent to the CWCB in response to the second draft of the Colorado Water Plan. We've discussed it a couple of times, and I'd like to hand out a draft of that if anybody feels inclined to look at it before tomorrow afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
But I was planning to walk through the content of the letter tomorrow anyways. If that's okay with the board, I'd just like to pass it out, and that's it.
Yeah.
Very good.
Don't walk her.
Relax that foot.
It's a sympathy play. It's like,
There are three
John.
items.
Oh, John.
Poor John.
There are three items in the clip. The first thing is the proposed draft letter to the CWCB that would be sent by the BOCC. The second item is just an excerpt that I lifted from the second draft of the water plan, which keys in on what started as the IVCC's 7 points of, well, Eklund refers to it as the 7 points of light, but there are the 7 points of agreement on how a new Trans Mountain diversion project should operate. And in the second draft, they're referred to as the 7 principles of such a plan or project's operation. I put that in there because in great extent, our letter relates to those principal points, and that is the sum and substance really of what's being discussed with fervor right now. The very last item of the three is a proposed resolution that was adopted by Garfield County, and Garfield County sent this out for consideration by other West Slope jurisdictions, and it isn't as strongly worded as our draft letter, but there's absolutely no reason in my mind not to join in with the other voices on the West Slope to reiterate the proposition that Garfield County has iterated, which is a support for the IVC's 7 principles and a recognition that who's kidding who, where's this water coming from, it's going to fill the pipe that you're going to go under. So, thanks.
You know, what's interesting is that California has met its drought saving, water saving thing, and it's precipitated a whole new discussion about actually how much California needs or what they can live with. It's fascinating. So that then says to Colorado, hey, listen, if you don't try what California's done, then because it's now being proven that conservation is possible, it's an interesting outcome.
I agree with you entirely, and boy, you should just see the resistance from those folks on the Front Range. It just, they do not believe the California, New Mexico's crisis will reach us. There's plenty of extra water. Look at the snow we had this year, and we've got a booming real estate market, and everybody wants a yard. And it keeps the heat island effect down on the Front Range. So you don't want it to be all asphalt cities. You want it to be nice and green just to keep it from getting too hot. So, yeah. But I agree with you. I agree with you entirely.
The fact of the matter is that California's dealt with the crisis in a way that's real.
Yeah.
And that's, you can't ignore it.
Yeah.
It's out there. Not just theoretical.
Not just theoretical. The consumption definitely has gone down, but at the same time, you're also seeing a lot of homes that have gone dry and are having to have haul water. And cities are providing haul water for people to come in. They don't for renters, but they do for owners. Very curious situation. And you're seeing a lot of land taking out of production. So California, the population did hit the cutback goals because of the crisis. It's hard to say whether they actually now have a good water system.
What's the theme for this week's, for the annual water seminar?
Is will the California problem stay in California?
Or will California problems become Colorado's problems? So that's the whole theme.
I mean, it's something John probably has better details on from the River District briefing, but California is spending money in Colorado this year for people to not grow and to see if we can send extra water down to Lake Powell. So it's already hitting up to reduce the demand on the West Slope. So that'll be a good conference.
I've been wanting for a while just to take a look at recorded property interests on agricultural assessed or classified properties in western Colorado to see who
Who's
has an
buying?
interest and who is buying property or an option property.
Buying
some
and drawing
other
like they did
kind
over
of,
around Leadville?
Yeah, some kind of interest that would allow for execution in the future such that irrigation would stop. And you just have no idea how many people in the Front Range or as far away as California have been buying up interest already.
Well, Shell did it, huge, but about
Yeah.
years ago, started years ago.
Yeah, now, that would be a good one to keep our eye on, because that's the big fear, is that they get a new Trans Mountain diversion based on only diverting during wet years, only 3 out of 10 maybe, or 3 out of 20 will get water, but then they buy up all the West Slope Brights and use that to fill the reservoir and use that every year, because there's nothing that would prohibit the reoperation. But we'll talk about this all tomorrow, make
I
sure.
don't know, we're all wound up now, maybe we should just dive into it.
I see Tom back out there, kind of waiting for his turn.
Okay, guys.
What's that? You're good.
I had one just real quick, and I'm going to bring it up tomorrow just so the board knows. Anthony Tadero, one of our sheriff's deputies, his mother passed away this last week, Melody Tadero.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Apparently she had I think it was a heart attack.
Unexpected.
Yeah, very unexpected. So I'll do a little thing tomorrow for the family, but it's something we may want to talk about at some point. I haven't heard any of the funeral memorial plans or anything, so. Yeah, so just when you see Anthony or just see him, just some good thoughts and prayers, yeah. That's a tough one.
They were my neighbors in Woody Creek, and it was a lot.
Yeah, it was a really hard one for Anthony. Well, it's hard for Anthony and Frank.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know that you did.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay, and we can, if further open discussion stuff, we can talk about it tomorrow also.
Okay.
Last item of the day is
Again, Mr.
finance,
Twice.
budget, and treasurer investment report.
So we'll just correct, I think we're just going to do treasurer, because really finance more or less covered what they're going to go over
Earlier they did.
earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi again.
Hi,
Tom
Tom.
Oken, treasurer. So this is just our routine report of our investment portfolio. And what you have is a summary as of the end of last year and as of June 30th this year. And total amounts listed there are 96 million at the end of last year and 121 million in June of this year. June 30th is pretty much our peak, and December 31st is pretty much our minimum portfolio. The reason for the peak in June is we've collected all our big sales tax months, well, most of them, a lot of them, winter. But we also have collected 99% of the property tax by then. And as well, at the end of June, we are holding to distribute to all the other taxing districts their second half property tax payments that were due by June 15th. So a big chunk of that 121,000 isn't ours. We distributed on July 10th to all the taxing districts. So that's one of the reasons for the bump there. And we're already 20 million down from that 121 million dollar figure there. So questions? I don't know what interest you have in any of this.
I do have a question on the bank accounts on the second page. You have almost 63 million is in Vectra Bank, which has the smaller interest rate than, say, it's half the interest rate of Alpine Bank. And I was just curious how, why is so much in Vectra Bank, and when you could have more in, I know it's not a whole lot of interest money, but if we could get
No, it's a whole lot of interest money.
Yeah,
Because
40 million.
Because the majority of our portfolio is kept highly liquid in bank accounts, so that we can meet our obligations by $10 million of open space when they
And maybe that
decide to do that.
65 million maybe is already 45 million or something, but But you could do the same thing through Alpine Bank, so I
Well,
was just
actually,
curious why.
actually, we can't. And what we've done, Vectra Bank is our primary deposit bank. And what we do is competitively bid that service. And one of the factors, in addition to, you know, the cost of providing banking service to us, is what is the rate of interest that they will pay. And we went out to bid, it's probably 6-7 years ago now. And at that time, Alpine Bank had been our primary bank for 10-15 years. And they had agreed to pay us 0.5% over the 91-day U.S. Treasury bill rate, which, as we were talking about earlier, 91-day Treasury bills are yielding zip. So we have some residual funds. Well, actually, in that bid, Vectra was the high bid for the interest rate, and they agreed to pay what's called the federal discount rate, which right now is in a range of 0 to 0.25%, and has been for a long time, but that's the rate they're talking about increasing potentially here next week, or actually at their meeting this week, the Federal Reserve Board. And so Vectra basically was bidding 0.25%. At that time, Alpine didn't really want our money anymore because they can only have so much in public funds from municipalities within the state of Colorado and counties and so forth. And so, as I recall, they bid like 0.05% instead of 0.25%, which was Vectra's bid. That was the discrepancy. This rate, we have just some residual funds in Alpine because every once in a while somebody still wires us funds into our old bank account. And so that's what's there, and the 0.5% they're paying just happens to be that old historic rate of 0.5% plus, but they don't want any of our money and would like, you know, us to zero out that account, which we do from time to time. So that's the reason for the discrepancy. The other accounts that are yielding more than Vectra are taking them on a limited basis as well. When we go out and bid CDs, they might say, oh, on a savings account, we'll pay you X amount. And if it's more than Vectra's 0.25%, we say, okay. But they'll only take $1 million or whatever it is. So that's why the bulk of our funds are in Vectra.
We as a board don't get to make all the decisions here. The Federal Reserve Board is making a big decision.
Basically,
yeah.
They just let us believe that we
very
do
much
it.
so, and yeah.
They like us to think we're making the decision.
So we invest primarily in certificates of deposit with banks and in federal agency securities, as well as our large bank account with Vectra. And those rates are very much tied to what's going on with the Federal Reserve and what their discount rate is and what Treasury bill rates are, and all of that's been pretty low. But we made budget last year, and I think we'll make budget this year for our investment income. So next year, we were talking about our projections, and we'll see. It's a little more aggressive, you know, but if rates start moving up, we should get there.
So I see that everything adds up to 100% at the bottom, and I think that's
a good thing.
That's a good thing.
We like the 100%.
Rachel?
Do we have any Picken County notes or bonds out there that are worth refinancing for a lower rate or anything like that at this time?
Not right this second. We do have an open space note that we can call next year. It's the note we issued to Joy Smith for the purchase of the upper
Part of
part of
North
the
Star.
Smith property up there of North Star. And that had a 20-year term, and interesting, just as part of the negotiation, we were able to get a lower purchase amount by giving her a higher interest rate on the note, because the interest is tax-free at the federal level for her. She's no longer a Colorado resident. But, so that's a 20-year note with a balloon, meaning it all comes due at the end, but it was issued at 4.5%, so it's been paying interest on that basis. But it wasn't callable for 15 years to protect that higher interest rate. But now, next year, it is callable, and so I'd expect
Take a look at it.
probably call it, because it only has 5 years remaining, and we'll, as well, we don't want to make the balloon payment all at the end.
Right.
It's pretty substantial, and it would take a lot of open spaces annual income. So we'll probably refinance it at a lower rate, but also stretch out the final payments a little bit over several years rather than all at once.
Good. And one last question. I'd imagine that you're pretty intimately tied in with John Peacock and the building plans in terms of approximately when we would be issuing the certificates of participation for financing that, and knowing the market's change between now and whenever that date is, what would the type of rates be now that we might see on a certificate of participation, and when are we anticipating maybe issuing those? Between the two of you guys, you can work out an answer.
Yeah, I didn't bring those numbers. We've had those discussions. We use an investment advisory firm to help us with bond issues, or in this case, lease purchase certificate of participation issue. And they gave us forecast rates for about this time next year that we might be issuing that debt. And as I recall, it was about 4.5.
Yeah, just under, I think, 4.5. That is about 1.5 over what you could do today.
Currently, which is
And
a
so-
substantial increase, but
So the sooner the better.
they're saying, yeah, we see rates going up, which is everybody's forecast for the last
4 years.
10 years.
Well, that's been our rub, right, is, those aren't gonna go up more than our necessarily investment income, but it's all timing, right? When is that really gonna happen? We know it's gonna come at some point here, because there's so much cash in the system.
Right.
When is the hard part to guess, and so there are other factors associated with taking that out, with arbitrage and those sorts of things, and the actual project plan. So we're trying to nail that down.
Okay, just kind of wondered. I know
Yeah.
we're not anywhere near ready yet, but thank you.
Okay?
Great, thanks, Tom.
Great, thank you.
Nice to see you twice in one day.
I don't have anything more.
Okay, no more items for the good of the order.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow
Work
noon.
session is over, noon tomorrow.
Great.